Looks like we got the Hopkins Foundation. Sorry, I had a little glitch here in the matrix. So saw Christopher Engel before in that 04 fancy neon 165.5. That's a new best for him. Gage in that older 2000 Camaro 141.2. So the cars are definitely going faster this morning. That is Fast Dolph 177.8, 178.4, both from the Hopkins Foundation. Here we go. We got Mark. AZ Cycle Parts, big run right here. Looking for that big mile an hour. UGR in the house. What is that mile an hour going to be? 239.23 miles an hour right out of the gate. Gotta like that. If they're doing a warm-up pass, that's one heck of a warm-up pass. Gotta love that. Mark AZ Cycle Parts. On the track now, you got Charles Callahan Mustang, Andrew in the CTSV 1000 horse in that beast. Wait for that mile an hour. It's coming up. Charles with a 155.2, Andrew in that CTSV 160. Now I got Kristen Doka in that beautiful Porsche Turbo S. Been at best of 206. Look at that beast. .48 miles an hour. It's quite a gain right there for Kristen Doka and that Porsche Turbo S. Briar Madden Hellcat, Tim Garrett Corvette Z06. Plum Crazy Flying 1300 horse beast Hellcat right there. 176.3 Briar. Tim with a 154.6. Got Sean back in the 1100 horse Porsche Turbo. Hit a best of 189. Looks like he's on a good run. Go Sean, go. Mile an hour coming up. 186.2 that time around. Good job. Haroon Anwar, ZR1 700 horse. Christopher Ampersetti in the Audi RS3. That's what you see lining up there on the launch pad. Christopher with a 440 in the horse. 138.8 best so far. That is our Grid Girl Lakeland for those that have asked. Beat that Audi launch, huh? There goes the ZR1. Got out of it real early, too. Hopefully everything's all right. Didn't look like it, but he swung around there. 144.1, Haroon ZR1. Christopher Ampersetti in that Audi RS3, 139.6. Martinios in the Audi RS6. In the Porsche Turbo S. 800 horse in that Audi RS6. I followed it in this morning. Car is beautiful. Mile an hour for them. Audi RS6 161.6, 182.4 for the Porsche Turbo S. Stephen Bartholomew in that Trackhawk. Keith Reynolds Z06 next to him. 620 horse to 900 in the Trackhawk. Watch this thing launch. It is throwing down the big gap sauce. Took that Corvette all the way down. Mile an hour, 156.6, Steve in the Trackhawk. Z06, 155.6. Crazy how close they were a mile an hour. Didn't look like it there. There you go. You got the Flying Banana, Garrett Van Winkle. Nikolai on the other side there in that Hellcat. 1,100 horse in Garrett's. Definitely showing there on a little stretch at the end. Mile an hour coming up. 175.5 Garrett in the Flying Banana. Nikolai 145.2. Ryan Scholler up in that Camaro SS. Jennifer Harper 5th gen. Says, always thought that was cool. Lots of cars, you can see them all there, gridded up, ready to go. $158 for 5th gen. Jennifer Harper, Ryan Scholler, 145.3. Ryan Doka, Turbo S, 1,000 horse. Love the white wheels on that. Like a little Pillsbury Doughboy. White and blue action. Looks cool. 185.9 Ryan that pass. Seckler in that ZX-10. Julian in the Huracan. Julian's been 200.8. Kent's been 163.3. Took that bike all the way down. Kent with a 165.1. 175.1 for Julian. Here's that 500 horse Saturn Ion coming up against Tony in a GTR 600 horse. Be kind of funny if you see the Saturn actually dog walk the GTR, but unsure if that'll happen. Not often do you see 500 horsepower Saturn. $157.7 Tony Saturn Ion. Been a best of 137.3. That passed 138.4. Went faster. Zach Elliott Mustang. Brandon Swan and the Indiana Corn Marketing Council. Right? Oh no, they've actually registered a different car. My bad. That's an F-Pace. Brandon Swan. Zach Elliott, though, 460 horse, but a best of 142.4. Brandon don't have a mile an hour yet on that Jaguar, but it's holding its own. 550 horse claimed. Looks like he made good use of it. Once again, thanks for joining us out here. Beautiful Marion, Indiana. This is the fastest race in Indiana. Challenge me. 143.3 for Zach Brennan with a 142.4. Andrew Wydell Lindsey Bolding in the Mustang, 430 horse. Andrew Wydell, of course, 160.7 best in that Z06. .61 Andrew in the Z06. It's a new best for him. 122.6 Lindsay. Dan Trickle in the Camaro. Tyler McGinnity in the BMW M5. Camaro looks pretty serious. Been a best of 181. That big wing and parachute. It says Wicked on the plate, so I guess that's that. Don't know if he's Cole Trickle's brother or not. Ooh, little jump there from Tyler in the M5. Camaro all over the place. Going all the way around that BMW. Made that look easy. Hold the chute. Mile an hour coming up. 183.3 Dan. 1200 horse Camaro. 149.5. 600 horse M5. It's a new best for Dan today, this weekend. It's the Morels, Charles and Joel, Kawasaki and Hayabusa. The turbo whine on the Busa all the way down. Mile an hour, 165. Joel, 199.8 for Charles. He went 200.00 yesterday. John Conway, Corvette. Bradley Connor at BMW M3. Easy pass. I'm just reading license plates at this point. Looks like the Z06 is going to go around him right at the very end. Got him. Mile an hour will definitely show that. Conway with a 151, Bradley with a 141 in the BMW. Joseph Santo, Porsche Turbo, been best of 220, 2,000 horse available. It's a gorgeous day out here in Marion. See it at home there. Porsche is fighting for all the traction. Cars are loud and they sound good. Mile an hour coming up for him. 222.22 miles an hour. That is a new best for him and fastest Porsche of the weekend. Congrats there. Got Julian Nismo GTR and Lambo. P&L Motorsports Camp. .52.3 for the Lamborghini Nismo GTR. Coming up, mile an hour, 146.2. Brendan Doolittle back in that Challenger. Jason Burrow in the Hellcat. Jason's been at 165.8. Brennan's been at 133.1. Pretty huge offset in mile an hour between these two. 131, Brennan, 164.8. Got Ryan Hopkins' Lamborghini right there. It's been a best of 188.7. Seth Moore, Camaro next to him, been a best of 159. Seth trying to get, Connor trying to get an early lead, but it sounds like he shut her down early too. Lamba goes past him like he's in R, reverse. 195.9, Ryan, new best for him this weekend. Connor with a 113, shut it down early. Jeffrey Barcombe, 885 horse Corvette. Seth Moore in the Camaro next to him, 790 horse. Therapy, I would agree. Here comes that Corvette. Plastic fantastic around the outside, mile an hour coming up, 163.8 Jeffrey, 153.9 Seth in the Camaro. Clint Shear Viper, 1,500 horse, pretty good yesterday. Next to the Super Duper of Valez, 142.8 for the Supra, 197.8 for Clint. To be on a good run. Did he get the 200 that he's looking for? That's the question. With the air density where it's at, I would think so. 198.7 went faster for sure, just not quite there. Same thing with the Supra, 143.4 new best. Julian Bassler, Nismo GTR, Scott McIntosh out of 8, 600 horse in that one. About as side-by-side as you're ever going to get out here. Got him at the very, very end. 156.1 Audi R8, 160.3 Nismo. Russell Hess Nova coming up. Car was really fast this weekend, 155.4. Andrew in the ZL1, 680 horse. Don't have a mile an hour yet. Look how great that Nova looks, though. Got a little sideways there. Great shots from our camera crew, revolution.com. Russell Hess, 159.2. Just gained 4 miles an hour with that better air. Gotta like that. 146.8 Andrew in the ZL1. Kenneth in the Mustang GT500. Peter right there in that AMG. 650 horse in the AMG, 1,200 in the GT500. One thing I've learned about these Mustangs, in the half-mile game anyway, it takes a lot of horsepower to push all that air around. We've got a lot of front-end openings for air to get in and probably slow you down is my guess. 187.03, definitely a new best for Kenneth. Great job. 147.5 for Peter. Probably scared him in that Mustang. It's another beautiful Kelly in that RX-7, 800 horse LS swap. Been a best of 179. Dustin in the Ninja H2 next to him. Look at that FD. Love that plate. Too soon, Junior. Too soon. Gotta like it. Dustin in the Kawasaki 187.2 Kelly. We got Ron Mo, or we got, sorry about that. We got Michael Stout coming up, Vengeance Racing. 176.6 for the RX-7. Big bad Michael Stout coming up, 2,000 horse, been a best of 213.6. Kevin Kahn, Corvette next to him. shut her down a little early, Michael did. It was on a good run, too. Looked to me like it was traction related. Kevin got a great view of what 2,000 horsepower looks like. 137.9, Kevin. Michael shut her down early, 180.6. I'd like to shut her down early, go that fast. Mark Lyons Corvette, Zach Moore ZL1. That's what you see right there. Don't see a lot of white Corvettes. They look good in white. Zach Moore been cleaning up house with that 650 horse Camaro. All of his passes have been over 167. Many over 170. Including that one, 172.08. Mark went a little slow there in the Corvette, just getting used to it. Almost went the speed limit at 72, but not quite. Chad Smith, ZX14R, 169.9 best. Nikolai, the Charger Hellcat, next to him, been a best of 145. Could the swing arm go out any further? It's like the limo version. Ninja Limo. Thing's got its own post office box. And I think he's about ready to send it. Notice there, that was Lakeland on the radio. She's radioing down to the finish line, make sure that the track is clear. A lot of eyes on the airstrip. At these speeds, that's a fantastic idea. Mile an hour for these two, though. Let's take a look. Chad looked like he got her done. Mile an hour, 168.4. Nikolai with a 143.9. Juan Fernandez, 1,500 horse Porsche Turbo, but a best of 197.7. I know I've called him over 200, I think in Abilene, if I'm not mistaken. Love the smell of race gas in the morning. Love that E85 ethanol. Looked like a good run for Juan. Let's see if he got it worked out. I know he's looking for 200 today. 193.6 that time. Justin Stortz, GT350, 480 horse Gregory Cross Subaru. There you go for all of our Subaru friends at home. He brought extra head gasket, said he was going to turn it up, 370 horse. You just never know. Subarus launch really, really well. This is the only Subaru I have called at this event. I think if you're a Subaru owner, you pretty much carry extra head gaskets in your glove box for side-of-the-road head gasket swaps. Looks like it's definitely holding its own. Took a long time for that Mustang to go all the way around. Barely did it, too. Great job, Gregory Cross. Made great use of 370 horse. Mile an hour coming up. 137.7 Justin and 129.3 for the WRX. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT, Brandon Swan, F-Type. Side by side. Zach working his English brother Jaguar there. 138.8 for Brandon and the Jaguar. 142 for Zach and the Mustang. Nick Lapp, Corvette Corvette C6. Jay Sandeau and the Mustang next to him. 671 horse in the Corvette. 500 in the Mustang. Corvette almost missed a shift. You heard it there. Still pulled it out in the end. Mile an hour coming up. 137.8 Nick, 145.0 for the Mustang. Mike Bandy, GTR, 1500 horse. Zach in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. You heard what I said, 600 horse. This is quite the pairing race, I would say. Not often would I say that. Go, Cuddy, go. Go, Cuddy, go. GTR, Mike Bandy on a pretty good run there. Good hit. Probably our fastest GTR of the weekend. I can honestly say it's going to be the fastest Oldsmobile Cutlass run. 211.4 right off the trailer for Mike Bandy GTR. Nicely done. Zach in the Oldsmobile, 142.3. Also nicely done. That's great. Martinius in the Audi RS6, 800 horse, been a best of 161. Tyler in the M5, been at 149.5. This time the Audi was not going to wait. Definitely got dragged there all the way to the end. 161.5 for the Audi RS6. Tyler in the M5 comp, 150.3. Vanden Vale GT350 Gage Chapin, that Camaro. 600 horse in the Camaro. Catfish strikes again. $137.3 for the GT350, $138.4 for the Camaro. Jeremy Howell now, 1,800 horse, been 205, one of the fastest half-mile Mustangs I have called. Probably needs all that wing, too, just to get it down to the ground. Making all the power. Good clean run there. Mile an hour coming up. 2:08.14, new best so far. Gotta like that. That now is the fastest Mustang of the event. Not bad for a street car. Bradley Connor, BMW M3. Devin in the Toyota Supra. 700 horse in the Supra. No mile an hour yet. Bradley, though, with a 141.1. Those flags starting to pick up a little wind there. Got an airplane that's 5 minutes out, so we'll be taxiing that here soon. 139.5 Bradley, Devin with a 159.1. David Room, Toyota Corolla, that's a new 2023. That's going to be kind of fun. Kim in the Mustang next to David. It is about as side-by-side as you're going to get. The Corolla holding its own. That's the Circuit Edition. Looks like it's going to take a gap to the Mustang. Mustang closing that gap at the very end. I bet that mile an hour is going to be interesting. I'm giving her all she's got. 119 Mustang, 117 for the Corolla. Gotta like it. Philip Garrett in the 2023 Corvette, Brandon in the 07 Corvette. Looks like the older brother took the younger brother downtown. 151 for the 07 Corvette. C8 Corvette, 141.8. Dustin Bossy, Ninja, Pete Thomas, Tomaras in the Corvette. Makes 1,100 horse. That view gives you a pretty good idea exactly how fast it looks like when those cars are going through the flags. 168.6 for the Corvette, 189.9 for the Ninja. Fast Dolph Audi R8, 1,500 horse, spin a best of 203. That's coming from the Hopkins Foundation. Melvin Crabtree Corvette, 450 horse, spin a best of 143.0. It says 09 Corvette in my queue, but nope. Trying to get a few of these runs in. We do have an airplane coming in or going out. Looks like the Audi shut her down pretty early. 142.4 for the C5 Corvette. Must have been a mistype when they registered. Keith Reynolds, Z06 Tony K GTR, 600 horse, been a best of 157.7. Keith in the Corvette, 155.6 best so far. Keith with a 158.2, Tony 157.0. Now I got the Morels back. Both the Morels bad fast. Charles been over 200. .166 Joel, 177.7 for Charles, 777s. Grid Griffiths, F-Pace. There you go. Indiana Corn Marketing Council in the house. In the Jaguar, Lindsey Bolding in the Mustang next to Indiana Corn Marketing Council Jaguar. Just have an aircraft we're going to taxi, and so give us just a second here. It doesn't take long. We are on an active airstrip, as you know, so pretty cool that we're invited to come hang out here. So we'll be resuming here in just a minute. It just takes a second.
Hit 180. Got pretty close yesterday at 178. I got my team and everyone here with me, so I think we're going to be able to accomplish it.
And any tweaks that you had to make overnight?
I made a few adjustments on the tune as far as boost, but I'm waiting for my tuner to get here to finish making the final adjustments, and we're going to go for it.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there. Can't wait to see what you got.
All right, thank you.
we got that airplane business handled. Little super race there. It was Fabian with a 150.15, Julian with a 163.4. Haroon in the ZR1, Brennan in the Challenger next to him. Beautiful ZR1 right there. Hopkins with that 200. Vengeance Racing right there in that Corvette. 190.11, new best for him this weekend. Vanden in the, not sure what happened to GT350. He was making all kinds of crazy noises. Andrew in the ZL1, Peter in the E63S. Oh, come on. That's what it says on the plates. I'm going to do that all day if I see a good one. $148.9 for the ZL1. AMG with a 148.0. Julian in the Lamborghini. Excuse me, 640 horse version. Nismo GTR and X2. Brought a whole collection of cars out here in the P&L Motorsports camp. You know that 65% of the cars out here are running some type of corn-based ethanol, likely from this area, meaning Indiana. So that's good. Julian's Nismo 158.7, Lamborghini 151. Got the Gregory in the WRX back. Kim in the Mustang. Wanted to take another shot. $129.5 for the Subaru, new best there. Kim in the Roush. 124.1. Now I've got Julian's other Nismo. Valdes in the Porsche Turbo S, 1,000 horse. Coming up strong. Mile an hour should be pretty good for him coming up here. 190.3, definitely gained some there. Nicely done. Bassler with a 145 in the Nismo. Jeremy Temple, GTO, 750 horse, up against a Boss 302, 69. Boss 302. Looks like they're trying to get a little sideways right there on the starting line. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe overshot that one just a little. See it right there on screen. Not sure what's going on with the GTO. Looks like he's creeping along. Must be heading back to the pits. Maybe the goat just needs more milk. I don't know. Little GTO, or is trying to set the slowest pass of the weekend. Either could be true. If that's the case, definitely on pace for the slowest pass of the weekend. Look at that beautiful 69 Mustang, though. Looks like a Parnelli Jones road race setup. I love that car. 475 horse. Mile an hour coming up. 135.99. Great job hurling that beast down to the end. Cesar Valles, Mandy King. Cesar, of course, in the Evel Knievel getup. Love it. Blazing fast through the flags. 174.1. Caesar, Mandy, that time around. The 134.4. Sean Wall, 99 Corvette Charlie. Callahan Mustang GT, 800 horse in the Vet, 400 something in the Mustang. Nice looking C5 right there. C5 found the power button. There it goes. Push to pass, that's for sure. Nice looking blue Corvette. 158.1. Charlie with a 134 in the Mustang. Mike Morrison, Malibu. Wounded Warriors and whatnot going on here. Love this. So in memory of all the fallen soldiers. Mike's been here for years, does a great job. Been a best of 172. Spencer King and the Corvette next to him there. See what the mile an hour looks like between them. 158.3 for the Z06. Mike Morrison with a 174.08. He's going to like that. That's a new best for him, at least now. Indiana Corn Marketing Council back for more on that F-Pace Jag. Jaguar on Jaguar action here. Got Brandon Swan. Going to take that SUV for a run. .7 for the F-Type, 118 for the Indiana Corn Marketing Council F-Pace. The Morels are back, Hayabusa and Kawasaki. Merkel R8. Joel with a 168 in the Cowie, 205 for the Hayabusa. Nice power gain there, mile an hour done. Love it, 205. Brendan Doolittle Challenger. You see the plate. I don't have to read that one to you. Reminds me of a Jerry Seinfeld episode, though. Scott with a 156.8. Brennan with a 132.5. Vanden Vale GT350. Clint Shear in that Viper. Been a best of 198.7. Looking for that 200. Is he going to do it? Definitely stretching his legs. Let's see what that mile an hour looks like. Clint with a 197.1 in the Viper. Vanden 137.5. I got Christopher Empresetti in that RS3. Peter in the E63 AMG next. Again, great drone and camera footage by our good friends at Revolution.com. Of course, I'm being directed by none other than JeffreyJHart.com. Big shout out to Jeffrey. Always doing a good job with all the direction. Christopher Empresetti, 138.8. Peter with a 147.2. Blake in the Hellcat coming up, 850 horse. Martinez in the RS6. Been a best of 161. Cars are pretty close in mile an hour. Hard to say how that's going to play out. $164.2 for the RS6. Blake, mile an hour coming up. 162.6. Got that Subaru STI coming back with that Roush. Just saw Kelly in that RX-7 go through the traps. Chris in the Austin Martin right there on the launch pad. 205 for Fast Dolph Audi R8, though. That was pretty good. Kelly on the launch pad, of course, in that RX-7 with the Austin Martin Goblin Green wrap, I'm assuming. Looks good, though. Not sure what we're waiting for as far as the launch, but good opportunity to tell everybody thank you for joining us at home through 1320 Video. Obviously, Global Time Attack, GTA, all of our streaming partners, big shout out to them. Indiana Corn Marketing Council, of course. Couldn't do it without you. First Farmers Bank and Trust. Looks like we're going to get something checked out on the track. Can't be the Subaru because it just drove by in front of me, so I don't think he blew a head gasket and threw it on the track, so it must be something else, maybe a GoPro or something. Get this here looked at. Did you know that E85 is the clean-burning, high-octane, lower-cost fuel choice for virtually every vehicle on the road today? Find E85 Flex Fuel near you at getbiofuel.com. Unleaded 88, engine smart, earth kind. So as we wait here for track cleanup, you can see everybody over there. That great view all the way down the airstrip. Looks like we're just about ready to go. Here we are. That's Chris Williams in the Austin Martin, Kelly in the RX-7. Mustang coming up. We'll get the mile an hour sorted out here in a second for those two. It's that 69 Boss 302 on one side, GT350 on the other. A little old against new. Miles an hour coming up. 138.8 for this Boss 302, 139.2 for the GT350. Pre-grid ready to dump right into the launch pad area. It's pretty full over there. I know they're getting ready to get a bunch of these races going. It's a gorgeous day out here in Marion, Indiana. Had a little bit of rain yesterday for a short amount of time. So glad that went by real quick. Beautiful out here today. That RX-7, for those that asked, 182.7, which is a new best for him. Great job. And then the Austin Martin with a 143.4. Now I got Chad Smith, Kawasaki ZX-14R, Brennan Doolittle Challenger. Been a best of 133, Brennan, and lots of passes. Chad Smith and the Cowies going all the way around. .171 for the Cowie. Challenger been really consistent. Every pass has been over 130. Let's see what this one does. 130. Martinez in the Audi RS6, 800 horse, been a best of 164.2. Julian Huracan, been a best of 200.8. Let's not forget our fastest mile an hour. You can see it on the ticker board down below if you're watching from home. AZ Cycle Parts UGR Lamborghini STO with a 146 and change, followed up by Mark. They own the top two. You can see it right there on the bottom. Pretty crazy when you got to be over 205 miles an hour to be in the top 10. Audi RS6, 163.99. Lamborghini that time around, 160.6. Mike McCarley, ZR1, he's trying to sort something out. Sounds like transmission related. Shut her down pretty early. Not sure what's going on there. Daniel Bartram in the Challenger coming back. Christopher Ampersetti in the Audi RS3. Sorry about that. Somebody got all excited. Spinning ain't winning, son. Well, he thinks so anyway. Only half a mile an hour actually separates these two, the Audi RS3 and the Challenger. Close. 138.9 for the Audi, 147.5 for the Challenger. Good best for him. Good job there. David Briggs in that Porsche Turbo, he was 213 last pass. I don't know if he might have bettered that one. That looked fast to me. Charles Callahan of the Mustang next to him, 210.5 for the Porsche Turbo S, 119 for the Mustang. GT 500 right now in a 5-liter. Sarah Bolin, 400 horse against 660 in that GT 500. Andrew coming up in the ZL1, and another Andrew in the CTSV, 142.6 for the Mustang GT, 155 for the GT 500. I can barely get the announcement out fast enough. Andrew in the ZL1, 680 horse, 1,000 horse in Andrew's CTSV. It's an Andrew on Andrew game. Who's going to be the better Andrew? FB is catching up quick. An hour coming up, 149 for the ZL1 Andrew edition, CTSV Andrew edition, mile an hour coming up, maybe 161.1. Tyler McGinnity in the M5 Comp, Brian Priest ZL1, that's what you got there. Brandon Franklin, Corvette, Kim in the Mustang, Roush. Brian, before that, ZL1, 181.6, new best there. Tyler, 150.35, also new best. $154.9 for the Corvette. Kim's almost to the traps now, 114.7. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT. Brandon Swan, Jaguar F-Type. Lakeland Grid Girl. Jaguar with that hard launch. Wasn't enough. Zach. Only a mile an hour actually separates these two. Got all the tape coming up. Matt in the Scion. Aiden O'Neill in the 720S, Jaguar F-Type 139, Zach in the Mustang 143.9. Matt trying to get all the tape aero advantage you can on that 500 horse Saturn. I didn't know there was such a thing. What is the Saturn aftermarket parts? What does that parts book look like for aftermarket stuff? I can't even imagine. McLaren with a 140.3. Did the Scion take him mile an hour? It did. 142.5. When a Saturn outruns a McLaren, there you go. Watch this Trackhawk launch. Stephen Bartholomew, Bassler's GTR. Sounds like we have airport activity, another airplane en route to land. And of course, good reminder that we are on an active airstrip, meaning we are their guests. So really appreciate everybody on that. You can see a great view from the pits, all the haulers and tents and cars. So obviously you don't want to go anywhere. It only takes a little bit to land a plane or have one take off. So might even be one of our guests here. You just never know. But regardless, appreciate everybody joining us at the fastest race in Indiana. Brought to you, of course, by the Indiana Corn Marketing Council, First Farmers Bank and Trust. Fastest run so far of the weekend, still out of the UGR/AZ Cycle Parts camp. 246 and 243 and change, respectively. Both beautiful STOs. Oddly enough, 3-4 days ago, it's the first time they had actually driven the car. So, good testament to quality there. There's the plane. Somebody flying in or flying out. It's crazy with the footage. It looks like the prop is just sitting still. I always wanted to race the planes, but the FFA, they're a little tricky about that. I can understand. I get it. FYI, that Saturn Ion that has 500 horsepower just drove by me here at my announcer's booth, and it sounds like it's stock when it drove by and just chewed up that McLaren and spit it out the tailpipe. That was awesome. Might have been the tape. Hard to say. Looks like we're ready to go right back. Watch this Trackhawk launch and go. Crazy that a Jeep can out-launch a GTR. Will it out mile an hour the GTR? Probably. We're going to find out here in a second. .157 GTR, 156 Trackhawk, so it's close. Ryan Doka in that beautiful Porsche Turbo S, 185 best. Mile an hour coming up. 180.3, here we go. Tyler Mixon, UGR, AZ Cycle Parts in the house. Your highest mile an hour car of the weekend, 246.04 to be exact. What's Tyler gonna do this time? A little bit of a headwind, air's chill. As always with these big high horsepower cars, we've alerted fire and safety. get out of it. Sounded like it was losing traction. About halfway through, he had to lift. It looked like a good run, too. Lifted halfway through, still did 184. That was definitely going to be a fast run. Wait for them to come back for some more. You know it's going to be legit. Scott Rogers in that Boss 302, 69. Ronald Vale in the GT 350, got to have it green. Right now he's got to have to add more horsepower to keep up with the 69 Boss 302. He walked him down to the finish. Hard to say what the mile an hour is going to look like. 138.9 for the 69 through Boss 302. GT 350, Ronald. With a 137. Justin in the GT 350, Paul Cunningham, the Audi RS3. See him come up there here pretty quick. Everybody's doing good at home. Thanks for joining us there and here. Great footage right there. About 8 miles an hour separates these two. Audi advantage. 149.6 for the Audi RS3, 139.4 GT350. Brendan Doolittle Challenger, Kent Seckler ZX10R. You see right there. Another Indiana local. Kent with a 161.99, 132 for Brennan. Chris Lazo, Audi R8, 1700 horse, looking for that 200. Been 198.68 so far. Seems to be a good, clean pass. All the way through the flags, mile an hour. Let's check it out. $198.68, that run right there. He's done that exact mile an hour twice. Colin in the Huracan, been a 204.3. David in the Corolla next to him. Got a Corolla against a Huracan. That is all the Gapetizers. Looks like Colin got out of it as well. So that got out of it on the big end. Yeah, that's true. It was a close one. I mean, the Lambo jumped. Would have been a lot closer had he not jumped. So I got out of it. 115.9 for the Corolla. And, Juan Fernandez coming up that Porsche Turbo, looking for that 200 anything. Been 197.7. Can he do it this time? Nope. Let out of it really early as well. Got the Cuddy back. And the Supra Devons, 700 horse, been a best of 159. 142 for the Cutlass, though. Might be a new world record for the Cutlass. I'm telling you right now, that Cutlass sounds good, too. It's like hurling a brick through the air. Amazing he's going to have to go that fast. I love it. Devin in the Super, 156.6. The Cuddy through the flags with a 141.5. Sarah Bolin, Mustang GT. Justin Elton, GT 500. That's what's on the launch pad right now. Gorgeous day out here in Marion, Indiana. 156.0 for the GT 500, 149 for the Mustang GT of Sarah's. Joe Moore. John Moore in the ZR1. Daniel Bartram with the Challenger. Mile an hour coming up. So fast, I think we're going to have 4 cars on the airstrip at the same time. 147.2 for the ZR1, 146.7 for the Challenger. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT, Brandon Swan in that F-Type. John with a 147.2 ZR1, 146 in the Challenger. Nice new there, Zach. 142.8 to a 141 Brennan. I think they're trying to race the announcer. I can't announce it fast enough. Brad Blankenship S6, Peter E63S. You want to see racing? Here's your racing. That's right. Airstrip attack does not disappoint. Even the wind has kind of sort of died down a little. Nick Lapp, C6 Corvette, Kent Seckler ZX10. For them, 92 miles an hour for the S6, 147 for Peter in the Mercedes AMG. C6 Corvette here, finished at 137. John Conway Corvette, Brandon Franklin Corvette, both been over 150. Nick in that previous C6 130, Kent in the ZX10 162.4. A little yellow on yellow. Close race, ladies and gentlemen. Right at the very finish, mile an hour coming up for these two. Hopefully I can get that out before they launch the next two. 149.5 to 159 Brandon for the win. Scott McIntosh, Audi R8, Spencer King Z06. Merkel R8 right there. Trying to get the mile an hours out before I announce the next one, but Tom Sutton Trackhawk coming up, Jason Pearl Hellcat, Audi R8. Trackhawk, Indiana Corn Marketing Council, obviously. She's a scooter. I think I just made a pass for Indy's garage as well. 156 for the Trackhawk, 165 for the Hellcat. Now I got Brendan Doolittle Challenger, Sean Wall 99 Corvette. 800 horse in that beautiful blue beast. A lot of mile-an-hour difference between these two. Advantage C5. Paul Cunningham, Christopher in that fancy neon. Fancy neon did a 165. 133 Brennan, Sean with a 155. I wonder if it'd be faster if he removed the wing, because that thing's still bad fast. 167 new best for Christopher. Congrats there. 147 for the RS3. Julian in the Lamborghini. Patrick Kennedy, the M5. 724 to 640 in the Lambo. Andrew Wydell, Trevor Ziffer GT500 next to him. 168 for the M5, 152 for the Lambo. Looks relatively close right there. Well, it was. Andrew Wydell, Z06, stretching his legs. Got that 69 Boss 302 coming back for some more. Ronald Vale, and they got to have a green GT350 next to him. Andrew Wydell, previous 160.6. Trevor in the GT500, 154.3. What's it going to be, old or new? What's the mile an hour going to look like there? 139.6, Scott 69, 135 for the GT350. Nikolai Hellcat, Kent in the ZX10R. ZX10R going to throw a couple bus lengths down there. Got another fast Viper coming up Riley Hawk. Beautiful car, too. It's coming up here next. Against Kevin Kahn 02 Corvette. See it right there. There's the Viper. Kent with a 162 in the Cowie. He's on a pretty good run. Riley is here. On the brakes right at the flags. Let's see what that mile an hour does for him. There it is, 206.71 miles an hour on the brakes, no less. Nicely done, Riley. And 3 passes over 200 this weekend alone. 137 for the Corvette. Devin in the Supra. Aiden O'Neill in the McLaren. Beautiful car. Look at that thing there. That is gorgeous. Devin and Super 155.6, Aiden mile an hour coming up. Daniel Bartram, Challenger, Barry Malone, Z06, Aiden with that 157.0. Fabian in a Trackhawk, 900 horse, don't have a mile an hour yet against Peter. Another Trackhawk. Love how these Trackhawks launch. See it right there. Barry with a 162.3. That is a new best for him. Daniel 146.2 previous. Trackhawk taking a little beat down on the AMG from the AMG. Mile an hour coming up. 146 for Peter in the E63S. Brennan Doolittle, Lindsey Bolding, that's what you see up there next. Fabian, Trackhawk 138.0. Patrick Kennedy in the BMW M5, Julian Nismo GTR coming up. Brennan Challenger Hellcat before that 133.2. Lindsay in the Mustang 125.5. Andrew Wydell, Nick Lapp right there. Patrick Kennedy with a 168, new best 3. Julian 159, close to a new best. Cars are going faster. Of course, you see Lakeland, our grid girl there, lining them up. That's Nick Lapp, Andrew Wydell, Corvette on Corvette. 157.2 for Andrew, 129.4 of Nick. Now I got David Room Corolla coming back. Corolla! Trevor Ziffer, GT500. Never thought I'd see that race. I mean, I think the GT500 should have given the Corolla at least 6 or 7 lengths. Because at this point, he's given him about 5 or 6 lengths, semi-bus lengths, semi-truck lengths. Hey, it's been a long weekend. This is day 3. Come on now. 154 GT500. We're still waiting for the Corolla to make it down to the end. I think I could have ordered a new Corolla and got taken delivery by the time that thing gets to the end. I'm just kidding, of course. 116.5 for the Corolla. Now I got Kent Seckler, Nikolai, and the Charger Hellcat. Kent with a 164.5, Nikolai 146.2. Got Scott Rogers back to that Boss 302. Jason Burrow in the Hellcat next to him. Grid area. Jason Burrow, Scott Rogers, mile an hour coming up for them. Looks like I got 138.5 for the Boss 302. Jason with 158.1 Hellcat. Kevin Kahn Corvette coming up. He's on the launch pad there. I'm not sure if he's going up against anyone. Maybe making a solo pass. Hard to say. The Kristen wants to make a solo pass for sure. Corvette with a little 1 tire, 2 tire, 3 tire fire. Doka coming back for more. Kevin with a 137.5. Here comes Kristen, though. She's been a best of 210. It looked like they might have turned it up on that pass. What's that mile an hour going to look like? .209.3 for that pass.
It's going to be about 20, 30 minutes. He spun off and is like way out there. I don't know if you want to go back to the pits and like go down. I don't want you to sit here. Unless you want to sit here, it's your choice. You guys want to go back to the pits? Sit here because the wind's perfect. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to, I don't want you guys to be uncomfortable. So I want to make sure you guys are good. Yeah, 20, 30 minutes max. He's like way the fuck out there. I think he did like max boost. Passed it, still fucking hit, and then spun out, and he's like on the other side of the corner. It's that white Porsche. He's long ass. Hang tight, but get comfortable. You guys want water? You want water, Lake? Or come sit on the tent.
Just got a little cleanup on the track. Wanted to keep everybody updated. As we get that drive. Yep, driver's okay. We're just trying to figure out how we're going to get that beautiful Porsche that apparently wanted to go grazing in the grass this afternoon. Trying to figure out how to get it towed out of there. Yeah, you can kind of see all the crew there kind of checking out the back, trying to figure out how to get it towed out of there safely. Driver's good. Everything's pretty solid there. Went through the traps. 209 is what I'd call 209.3, 1400 horse Porsche Turbo S. Did 210. Actually, all the passes have been pretty much over 200 since we got here. So really fast Porsche. Doesn't look too bad considering. You see the distance. I'd say that might have won the distance for off the track excursion, but stayed flat. But must be, if I was to guess, and it is just a guess, but I would say probably somewhere in the 300 feet from when it left the track. Hard to say. Amazing car stayed flat. Everybody's safe though. Just trying to figure out how to get it out of there. So it takes about 10 minutes, maybe 15. Hard to say. I'll keep you updated as we go. That's why we do these things. Safety equipment in a controlled environment. And we'll get this picked up shortly and be back to racing soon.
I'm here with Julian Bassler with P&L Motorsports. Tell me a little bit about the team.
Well, P&L is a shop in Lisle, and they do all my tech. They tune my GTR Nismos and the Supra behind us.
And you brought out 4 or 5 cars this weekend.
We brought out 5 cars this weekend. I invited some of my family, some of my friends. I think we had about 30 to 40 people come out this weekend to this event.
And what's the fastest out of all the cars so far?
I would say the Supra is the fastest. That's fun. It puts out about 175. I run out of gear. The first quarter mile is just boosting, and then it goes from 100 to 1,000 like that.
Ooh, that's pretty sweet. Tell me a little bit about the build.
The build, it's just a regular 2JZ build, but we run a power glide. We just did a Haltech system on it. The last 3 weeks, we have about 200 hours in this car in the last 4 weeks to get it ready.
Awesome. Well, it's so good to see you, Julian. You always bring the party wherever you go.
Yeah, you just come out here, race what you bring. Doesn't matter if it's a stock car or a build car. Great environment, great people. Shift sector's awesome.
Can't wait to see what you guys do with the rest of the day.
Thanks.
right, looks like we're starting to get this Porsche loaded up. Took a little into the field run. Might even went faster, went through my traps at 2:09.3. Regardless, welcome all of our people following us on Twitch. Appreciate you being here. We're going to be back to racing here in probably less than 10 minutes now. We're just about got this thing loaded up. Nobody was hurt. Flat spun off the track, and away it went. So we'll be back here very shortly. Just want to keep everybody updated, and once again, thank you for following us on Twitch and, of course, Global Time Attack. We will be there live, GTA, November 10th, FYI. Of course, on the live stream there, you can see all the beautiful venue out here in Marion, Indiana. I just want to give kind of an update for all of our new followers and whatnot, seeing us on Twitch. Thank you for joining us at home or on your couch, wherever you may be enjoying this. Got a couple fast cars sitting there right on the starting line too, so can't wait till we get this car cleaned up that had an off-track I can't even talk this morning excursion. Went off about 209 miles an hour into the grass, flat spun, and so we're just getting that scooped up. But to recap how the weekend, this is day 3 of the Indy Airstrip attack, brought to you by Indiana Corn Marketing Council. We've had still, as it seems to be, UGR AZ Cycle Parts leading the mile an hour board with a 246 and change mile an hour run in a car that, well, there's 2 of them here. They were built by UGR, both campaigned through AZ Cycle Parts, and both of them had not even seen the cars, let alone driven them. And so to go from never seeing or driving a 2,000 plus horsepower car to going 246 miles an hour is definitely a testament to the abilities of UGR and many of these shops. Of course, you got Michael Stout there on the starting line waiting to go against Dan Trickle. A pretty fast Camaro. Michael's been 213.6. Dan's been 183.3. Vengeance Racing horsepower is definitely a thing out here as well. A lot of great customer cars and builds from Vengeance Racing. Always good to see them out here and about. Of course, we miss our good friend Ned. He's got a few cars in build and getting through those. So excited when we get to have him back. But day 1 we saw 220, 230 miles an hour. Day 2, 240 and change. I'm not sure there you can see the Porsche that we scooped off the grassy knoll. Apparently the Porsche wanted to go graze. It was great though. It flat spun. Yesterday had another crazy high-power Viper that got into some trouble and went off into the grass, so everybody's safe there. But that is why we do these events in a controlled environment with fire and safety and crews. And we do that for that reason, and that's why also we have all of our safety equipment standards, which clearly are working. So this is a great venue to be at, and I'm glad that you're watching at home, and thank you to everybody who's actually here. And no, we will not race the Camaro with the hood open for those that are asking. I promise we'll make sure it gets shut. And we'll be back to racing here very, very, very soon. So thank you once again for joining us out here at the Indy Airstrip Attack. Just an update as we all kind of hang out. See all the fans in the field there, all the pits and the activity. Obviously, we're getting ready to go back to green. And when we do, we got Vengeance Racing, Michael Stout.
I'm here with Casey from Underground
the fastest
Racing.
C7
He's one of our
Corvette in the
technicians
world.
building the fastest car out here on the track yesterday.
It's already been
Tell me, what are the goals for today?
213.68 miles.
Well, my goal is to hopefully keep them from breaking my record, but Tyler's already done beat my DCT record in his ethanol STO, and AZ Cycle Parts is getting warmed up to try to take down my world record for right at 260 in the half mile. Both of these cars are on ethanol, and man, they're running really good.
Tell me the biggest differences you noticed as far as performance when it comes to racing ethanol in comparison to traditional gasoline.
You know, there's a lot, but basically we monitor the car very precisely with a lot of different sensors. One of those sensors being the NOx sensors, and basically it's a microphone of the noises that the engine makes. And when you switch from conventional fuels to the ethanol, you can really see it tames down those signals. So you can tell the engine's a lot happier on that just by watching those signals.
And that's what we like to see, right?
That's it.
All right. Well, good luck the rest of the day. 246. That's going to be a tough one to beat. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Just like that, we are back to green. Michael Stout on a blistering pass there. What's that mile an hour going to look like for him? 217.29 miles an hour. Woo! Gotta like that. Dan Trickle next to him with a 183.4. Cars have definitely gotten faster. Got fifth Jennifer Harper back, 158.5 best. Kelly in that RX-7, been a best of 182.7. Kelly's done some taping. And with the last little tidbit of mile an hour out of that beast. 182 is pretty good for an FD, gotta say. Got the Cutlass coming back. Fan favorite there, 181.8 for Kelly in the RX-7, 159 for 5th Gen. Daniel Bartram challenger Zach Denon in this beautiful Cuddy Cutlass. Been a best of 142.3. Hurling a brick through the air. That's Lena, our grid girl, out there now. A little grid girl change up on you. Cutlass is definitely not gutless. 147 for Daniel, 139.9 for the Cutlass. Caesar right there. Evil Knievel style. Kent next to him in the ZX-10R. I don't think he's going to do any jumping or wheelies, but you never know. Sideways there, got after it. Oh, he's off the track side a little bit. Hopefully he keeps it on course. Add a little bit more go juice. Just trying to do a little Evil Knievel slideways action there right out of the gate. Nicely done. Caesar 171.9. Kent with a 157.6. Brendan Doolittle back for more. Lindsey Bolding 15 Mustang. Been a best of 125.9. Again, you can see Lena, our grid girl there. Camera crew, appreciate them. Brendan with a 132.7, Lindsay 129.0. Got the Hopkins Foundation cars up here, the McLarens, Fast Dolph. Gleaming in the sun, beautiful cars. Got a little slickery over there in that left lane. $174.8 for the 720S 2020, $176.8 for the 18 720S. Keith Reynolds Z06, Miguel Beasley Charger Scat, 1,000 horsepower in that beast. You're looking at it right there. I don't know if that hood's going to help or hurt in the top mile-an-hour game, but we'll see. Some bead locks. Fairly good 1,000 horsepower launch to me. Z06 though, giving it a punish. There's a higher mile an hour from the Charger to me, but let's find out. 166.7 Advantage Charger, 158 for the Z06. David Briggs Porsche Turbo S, 1,400 horse. Already called the 213.2. Keeps getting faster. Performance camp. See his plate there, 8 seconds. Not only is he a half-mile champ, he also a quarter-mile champ. He likes to keep his foot stuck to the back of the headlight all the way down. Mile an hour for him. 2:15.3, got even faster. Nicely done. Zach Elliott. Mustang GTs, Sean Wall in the C5 Corvette. Mustang with a jump at the line. Zach with a 143.1. Sean 136.9. Martinez in the RS6 coming up 164.2. Best. Jeffrey in the Corvette been a best 163.8. Audi RS6 mile an hour coming up. See, we got the Julian's Lambo and FD RS7. Martinez 161.8 in the RS6. Jeffrey 161.8. They both ran the exact same mile an hour, the Corvette and the Audi RS6. There you go. That's a new one. Kelly in this FD LS swapped RX7. Got everything taped up, looking for a 183 anything. Sounds all kinds of cool. Love it. Glenn Griffiths Jaguar F-Pace. That is the Indiana Corn Marketing Council staff car. 151.3 for Julian Lambo. Kelly, I'm still waiting for the mile an hour to pop up here. Indiana Corn Marketing Council, of course. 183.08, Kelly FD LS swapped RX7, nicely done. Melvin Crabtree Corvette next to him. You see it right there. Corn Marketing Council staff car ripping through the flags. Melvin in the Corvette 140.6, not bad, 450 horse claimed. We got Jeff Barton, Ben Stone, GT500, Ben, 1,000 horsepower, 1,050 in the Z06 of Jeff's next to him. Jeff's driving a Viper instead of the Z06 from what I can tell. I love it when they do that. For those that don't know at home, I have all the information on a screen, so if somebody changes it up and I don't get the notice, I apologize in advance, but that was a Viper 178.6. Now I got Ben Stone, GT500, Peter in the E63S next to him. Spinning off the line in the GT500. Mustang getting a little sideways, catching up to the Mercedes, going to make the pass. Made it look easy there. 168.1 for Ben in the GT500, 147 for Peter in the E63S. Julian Nismo time, 160 for one, 146 best for the other. When one Nismo's not good enough, why not have two? You see pre-grid lined up there. A lot of cars getting ready to go out and eat. Nismo time. Of course, that's always a good time. Kent Seckler coming up in that ZX-10R. 160 for one Nismo and 144.5. Pretty consistent for the other. John Conway Corvette, 540 horse, been a best of 151. Kent on the bike's been a best of 165.1. Comes the bike, gonna throw down on that Corvette, not surprised. Power to weight ratio is a little different. Plus, it looks like John might have shut her down a little early, not sure what's going on there. Kent with a 166 though. Tony K GTR, been a best of 157.7. Vladis Porsche Turbo S, been a best of 190. You know he's looking for that 200 run. Know it for sure. Definitely taking up all that track, needs most of it. Outside there, that GTR, Tony K 159.4, the GTR Porsche Valdis went for that mile an hour, show up 1,000 horse Porsche Turbo S. So it's not showing up on my screen yet. 191.9, so he did gain some mile an hour there. Andrew Weidel, Brandon Doolittle. Brandon's made like 6,000 passes so far this weekend, day 3. Corvette 159.3, Brennan 132.1, Bassler back in the Huracan. This is the 200 mile an hour capable one. See Lena right there, our grid girl. Ready to line them up. Good pass there. Let's see what that mile an hour does look like. 199.8 right there. McLaren 720S from the Hopkins Foundation coming back up. Gorgeous cars. 163.5 for one, 175.7 for the other. Colin coming up in that Huracan, been 204 best. Armando Perez M5 been a best 145.7. Sure what happened to Lamborghini there at the very beginning, kind of a little stall there. Didn't stall when it went around that BMW like it was in reverse though. Got another fast Lambo coming up, Dallas Performance. Mile an hour for these two, though. Colin and the Huracan. The 205.57 keeps getting faster. Armando 153.22 also went faster. Cision and the Lamborghini Superleggera 2,000 horse, been 221.8 on the launch pad right now. Dallas Performance. Plenty fast to me. Definitely a fast pass, mile an hour coming up. Some of the faster cars coming back out and make their runs. Cision, though, on a boiler, 220.80. Nicely done, Dallas Performance. Juan Fernandez, 1,500 horse Porsche Turbo. He's looking for 200 anything. Let out early again on that run. Not sure what he's got going on. It's kind of been that way for him all weekend, unfortunately. He was able to get a bunch of 190 plus runs in, though. Scott McIntosh, Audi R8. Sean Wall, 99 Corvette. It's from the Auto House Merkel, that R8. 153 for the R8, 132 for the Corvette. Charlie Callahan, Mustang GT Clinton, that Viper. Looking for 200 anything. Been a best of 198.7. Car makes 1,500 horse. Might just get it there. Not much of a breeze. He let out early for whatever reason. Looks like the Viper's pulled over on the track. We're definitely going to want to hold. Viper is pulled over on the track. We're definitely going to want to hold. Not sure what's up. I don't know if you can see it from your vantage point or not, but there it is right there. Definitely something happened to that 1,500 horse Viper, so we'll have to get that figured out. But once we do get that sorted out, we're going to have Sean Trimarco in that 1,000 horse Fox body Mustang. Now, this is an interesting, when we get up to the next run, this Fox body's 191.98. That might be the fastest Fox body I've ever called in the half mile. I'd have to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that is the number. I think 190 was the fastest I've ever called in a Fox body, so congrats to Sean for that. Right now, we're trying to check out what's going on with this Viper. Really just want to thank everybody for watching at home. Obviously, everybody being here live, watching us on Twitch. Global Time Attack. Don't forget, we will be there November 10th live at Buttonwillow. Not going to want to miss that. Shout out to my good friend Jason, runs and owns GTA. Really appreciate GTA and Global Time Attack's support. So, November 10th, Buttonwillow. Definitely be there. Meantime.
Here with Fastoff and his beautiful wife Jamie from the Hopkins Foundation. Tell me a little bit about your organization and what you guys are doing out here this weekend.
So I'm a biomolecular scientist who studies pharmacology and pharmacy, and have come up with treatment for phantom limb pain, residual limb pain that plagues a lot of veterans. So we're out here with Warrior Breed, supporting them, giving rise to veterans. And what we do is we study science and alternative treatments for peptide medication. And my story is a long battle with long surgeries, 45 surgeries. And we found viable treatments for people who have phantom limb pain. I've cured my phantom limb pain. And so our goal is we're raising money for the foundation, either through merchandise or through our science information, to raise money for veterans causes so we can help them get better and eliminate their pain. So if you're interested in supporting our charity, you can go on to the website, thehopkinsfoundation.com. There's plenty of beautiful merchandise designed by my lovely wife, and I'll let her say a few things too.
Oh, so Jamie, you're the creative behind the whole thing, huh?
Yeah, I designed the website, and I designed all the merchandise that you see behind us. Yeah, so between Fastoff Racing, Exotic Outlaw Racing, the Hopkins Foundation, everything you see, yeah, we created it together. It definitely has a soft spot in our hearts.
That is so awesome. And how long have you guys been in organization?
So we started our organization, I've been doing research since 2019. We started and launched the foundation in January of this year. I started having a lot of improvement in my symptoms of multiple sclerosis. And I think that I've found some viable treatment options for autoimmune disorders, which is Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis. So we're working with some universities in Ohio to bring our studies to clinical trials, and the clinical trials will be involved with veterans, with the Veterans Association. So we have a meeting with the University of Cincinnati coming up September 7th, and my goal is I graduated from there, so I want to give them the first shot at my research because can be life-changing for people. I had a 30-year career in corporate America. What I'm doing now is more philanthropy and to help benefit humanity. So that's what we're out here trying to do, is just benefit veterans, thank them for their service. These guys fought for our country. I'm proud to be American, and so is she. So we're here, we're gonna do that at all the races. We sponsor shift sector events. We love the shift sector events, and I'm out here trying to also beat Sebastian Robles' record, Seafish, in Incubertos. So.
All right. Well, best of luck to you. I mean, not only fast cars, but saving and changing lives. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just an update. Looks like we got that Viper off the track. Should be back to racing here in 2 to 3 minutes. Thanks again for joining us on Twitch via Global Time Attack. Appreciate all the support from GTA, Global Time Attack, and Jason, of course. We'll be back to racing here in less than 2 minutes. right, looks like we're going to get right back to it. Welcome back. All of us joining, or all of you joining on Twitch via Global Time Attack, thank you very much. Not sure what happened to the Fox body. Started out pretty good. Definitely didn't finish off as well as I thought it might. I'm sure I'll be back for more. Almost went the speed limit. Almost. Zach Elliott, the Mustang GT. See it right there. Audi RS6 next to him. Just got to confirm the Fox body's off the track. I've lost my vantage point, so I can't tell you if he's still floating around or not. Meantime, great view of that Audi and that Mustang. 5.0. Looks like we got the go to continue. Here we go. Now, interestingly enough, the Audi's got the mile-an-hour advantage by 20. These Audis over the years have really gotten fast and competitive and consistent. That one's no joke right there. Martinias in the Audi RS6 162.5. Zach in the Mustang 142.4. Got Gage in the Camaro. Chad in the ZX14R. Chad's been 171. Camaro's been 142.8. Great view, the launch pad as I call it right there. We've got our first Tesla Model X out today, 670 horse. See it right there. Looks like also our first Ferrari of the weekend. Gage in that Camaro has ended up bettered his mile an hour by 145 and change. Tesla just ripped that Ferrari apart, mile an hour coming up. .93, 156.9 for JP in that Ferrari F8 Spider. Kevin Kahn, Corvette. Charles Morel in the Hayabusa. Got Mike McCarley coming back. Melvin Crabtree in the Corvette behind them. See it right there. Get them all lined up. Kevin in the Corvette 139.4, Charles 179.0. This right here is Mike McCarley, Melvin Crabtree. All right, that was Josh Cage in the Supra. Spencer King and Corvette next to him with a 156.7 Supra. I'm looking for that mile an hour right now. So it popped up on my screen just yet, 140.3. Aiden O'Neill in the Aventador. That's a treat listening to that car. Glenn Griffiths, Indiana Corn Marketing Council, and the early takeoff. Gotta like that. But listen to this Aventador. Woo! Guess he's going to make a solo pass. Indiana Corn Marketing Council Jag 117. Aiden O'Neill right here in the Aventador. Put a best of 157.9. Josh right next to him, the GT500. He's been a best of 170.07 in the GT500. Hard to beat the sound of that Aventador, though, huh? Can hear him all the way down. 161.3 to Josh's 170.9. I can still hear the Aventador now in my head. Woof! Caleb Gage in the M3, Peter in the E63 AMG. It's a C lining up there. Of course, Aiden did a 161.3 in that Aventador. Caleb's listed as in that M3 as 500 horse, but must have got out of it early. I didn't quite see 500 horse out of that. Peter in the AMG 147.3, been pretty consistent. I got Jacob Ross, and there you go, a mini bike. I would think he's going to take the pit bike all the way down. $100 as it seizes before he gets there. That might be the slowest mile an hour we're going to record of the event, which is great, Jacob. I appreciate you doing that. Hope you don't blow it up, because that wouldn't be very much fun. Jacob's still going. And he's still going. That was Kent Seckler that ripped through the flags at 164.1. Any guesses at home what that mile an hour is going to be for the mini bike? I'm guessing 32. Mini bike out. So we got Ryan Hopkins. He's been at 200.09. Finally got that 200 on that 1,300 horsepower beautiful Lambo. Looked like a good clean hit for Ryan there in that Huracan. Mile an hour coming up. There it is, 200.18. Even went faster that pass. Gotta like that. Got Patrick Kennedy in that M5 comp. Gregory Cross in that WRX STI. Patrick of the 168.2, Gregory Cross in the STI. We're waiting right here. We got the fastest Mustang I've called ever in the half mile, 129.9 for the WRX. Looks like he might be having some issues. Still running. Still sounds good, like it's running fine. Mic test, mic test. Elena right there in the Supra, Bassler in the Lambo. That's Lena right there, a grid girl. Lining up Sean in the Porsche Turbo. Been a mess of 189.8. Looks like he's on a good run. Mile an hour coming up. Wait for it to hit my screen. There it is. 188.05 for Sean in the Porsche Turbo. Brendan Doolittle in the Challenger. Jay Sandeau in the Mustang. 500 horse in that beast. Chris Lazo in the Audi R8, 197.8. Fast Dolph next to him with a 204.6. Andrew in the ZL1 right there, 680 horse, been a best of 149.0. So you just saw a run there, a mile an hour for him coming up. John Conway next to him with a 153. Andrew the 145.0. Joseph Santo, Porsche Turbo, fastest Porsche we've got. He is all over. He's using all the airstrip. It sounds good. He's on a boiler. That there's quite the pass. I know he's been 222.2. There it is, 226.3. Joseph Santo leading the board, mile an hour in a Porsche Turbo by a long shot. Nicely done. Fabian in the Supra. Miguel in the Charger Scat Pack is what you see next. 1,000 horsepower in the Scat.
I'm here with Paul, one of the sponsors for the NA class. Tell me a little bit about your participation, Paul.
My name is Paul from P&L Motorsports, and we're here at Shift Sectors, and we're one of the lucky sponsors to be part of this event. We picked the naturally aspirated class because, one, we have a Lamborghini that's naturally aspirated, which fits into the class very well, but also one of those classes that doesn't really have enough recognition, in my opinion, and there should be more people that run it. So we're trying to just, bring a little more awareness to that class.
And tell me, what's the fastest they've gone so far?
I believe, I don't know who the leader is, but this car, I believe, has hit 160, which is pretty decent. So.
Any other goals for the weekend that you're anticipating hitting?
Just having fun. Everyone that Julian brings to race with him is.
Your team, bringing all these beautiful cars. We love seeing it.
All right, we're back from that great interview. Thank you, Tiffany. Trying to figure out why my audio's not working here at the track. It's working on my side, but my guess is the generator's probably ran out of gas. That are here. Nick Lapp in that C6 Corvette. Zach Moore in ZL1. 171.6 Zach. 144.7 Nick in that Corvette. Brandon Swan in the Jaguar F-Type. Been a best of 142. Went up against Nismo GTR. Been a best of 160. Brandon Swan with that 144.2. Julian 159.8 on the Nismo. Now I got Jason Burrow in the Hellcat. Trevor in the GT500. Jason Hellcat 167.2, new best for him. Trevor GT 500. Meantime, I got Julian's Huracan, his 200-mile-an-hour capable Huracan. Sounds like he got out of it a little early, nonetheless. 169 for him. GT 500 before that, 152.4 for those that asked. Seth Moore, Camaro, Brandon Franklin, Corvette. Brandon's 159.1, 159.1, both Seth and Brandon. Mile-an-hour coming up for Seth and for Brandon here. Sounds like you can hear me again out there. I'm so sorry about that. I'm just kidding. Mile-an-hour coming up for these guys. We got a couple bikes up on. Mile-an-hour showing up a little later on my screen. I apologize. Dustin Bousy, Ninja, Kent Seckler, ZX10R. That's what's on your screen previous. Camaro and Corvette. Camaro 160.5. Corvette 152.08. Dustin 189.2. That time Kent with a 161.5. Charlie Callahan, Gage Kaplan right there. Or Chapin, my bad. 145.9 best. Little Catfish Camaro looking good on the screen. As they go through the traps, we got Brian Priest and ZL1 Camaro Nikolai right there. ZL1's wicked, says so right on it when he has his plate on it. Charlie Callahan 133.2, Gage Camaro 142.0. Fast Camaro and Charger Hellcat. Feel the breeze picking up a bit. 182.9. That is a new best for Brian in the ZL1. Nikolai 145.3. Kevin Kahn and Charles Morell in the Hayabusa. Hayabusa's been a 205.01. Got a nice interview from bad boy Morris Malone coming up here shortly, so you want to stay tuned for that. I got all the deets, but I'll let Tiffany kind of dig in. I can fill in depending on how that interview goes. 188.8 for Charles Hayabusa. Kevin in the Corvette. Meantime, I got Valdis, Porsche Turbo S, 191 best, really looking for that 200. $192.3, new best for him too. Everybody's going a little faster. Josh Cage, Supra, Mike Bandy GTR, 1500 horse, but a best 211 right off the trailer. 140 for the Supra. Here comes our interview.
I'm here with bad boy Morris Malone. Tell me what happened out there, Morris.
We got up there early, weather was good, had our kill tune on the car, and we ended up ripping the diff mounts off the cradle because we had too good a traction and too much power, basically. So the diff separated from the rear end and it broke the driveline.
Jimmy had mentioned to me that about halfway down the track, you were actually 8 miles per hour faster than you were yesterday. Did you know that?
Not quite 8, it was like 3.5.
Oh, okay.
Or at least on my, I don't know what he was looking on his end, but yeah, it was quite a bit faster.
He was telling me that that's sort of common for vehicles right before they brake. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, usually when you got the big power setup in there, you're either winning or braking and going home.
Well, overall, how are you feeling about the weekend? What was the highest high point for you out of everything?
Probably that last run right before we broke, just seeing the data on the car that we were on pace to basically reset the two-wheel drive record before it broke, so it's pretty promising. Get fixed and get ready to come out to the next one so we can break the record and
Absolutely.
keep plugging along.
Definitely. All right, well, we'll be looking forward to that next year.
Yep.
Great job as always, Tiffany. Sorry about breaking parts there at Bad Boy Morris Malone. It was great to see you out. And good runs all weekend, really. Parts break when you make 3,500 horsepower, I guess. Who knew? Got Grin Griffiths in that Jaguar Indiana Corn Marketing Council staff car. See it right there. I can smell the beautiful fuel when it goes by. Smell that E85. Before that, I had a really nice Trackhawk run off Steve Bartholomew, 156.6. Tom Sutton Trackhawk, 153.01. Vanden Vale coming up. Ronald Vale, GT350 action. Couple good-looking Mustangs out there running on a beautiful Sunday out here in beautiful Marion, Indiana. Once we lifted the veil, you can see the horsepower and mile an hour. 624 for Ronald Vanden with a 526 mile an hour for them. So wait for it to populate. 135 Ronald, 136 for Vanden. Got Aiden O'Neill in the Aventador Rays and the Hellcat next to him. F1 V12. That Aventador sounds amazing. That's my new favorite car. I wonder if Enterprise will let me rent one of those, because that's as close as I'm ever going to get. 155.8 Aiden in that Aventador. Ray's Zamora. And the Hellcat was next to him there. 2023 Hellcat, no less. Got Peter in the AMG. Another Mustang next to him. Ray's in the Hellcat with a 142.8. That was Kim Amell in the Mustang. 148.1 for Peter. Mike Bandy GTR, I believe that's what we see there on the screen. Yep, that's it. Off the trailer hit, 211.4. What's it going to do this time around? Gorgeous looking GTR. Fastest GTR of the event. Of course, the GTR world record is 255 plus miles an hour, driven by Lucas English, owned by ETS. That was in Colorado, I believe. Tony Janko and the GT350 next to him, 1,383 horse, been a best of 183, so this could be a fast pass for both these cars. pass to me. GTR made a great pass. Tony Janko, of course, Fat House Performance. 212.4 faster, Mike Bandy. Tony Janko, no slouch either. Mile an hour coming up for him. Kind of waiting for it here on my screen. While I wait for that, Brandon Swan, Jaguar F-Type, JP Gonzalez, and that Ferrari F8 Spider. 177.5 Tony Janko GT350. 212.4 for the GTR, though. Gotta like that. JP Gonzalez here in the F8 Spider. Brandon Swan in the F-Type. Kind of a cool race coming up here. Got Gregory Cross in that Subaru WRX, Matt in the Saturn Ion. 500 horse in the Saturn. It's been 10 miles an hour faster than the Subi. So there's that. All the Green Goblin tape. Here comes the Saturn. Gonna take down the Subi. It's the race you never wanted to see. Yet here it is, playing out. 141.6 Saturn, 125.0 for the Subaru. Subaru probably needs to do a compression check at this point. It's going slower every pass. This is Kent Seckler in the ZX-10 and Dustin in the Ninja H2. Dustin with a 188.2. Kent. Mile an hour for him coming up. Devin in the Supra, Brennan in the Challenger. Brendan's been challenging everybody. He's made like 3,000 passes in that car. I'd say for Brendan, it's Mopar and no car. Devin in the Super, 153.9. Brendan in the Challenger. Get that mile an hour after I go to Russell Hess in the Nova SS. Zach in the Cutlass. That's the race I wanted to see. Russell was definitely smoking a little more on the end. Maybe put a little more heat on that one. Definitely a new best, 160.09. Zach and the old Cuddy, 139.5, been really consistent. That Nova was smoking. Tyler McGinnity in the M5 Comp Nikolai in the Charger Hellcat, though. Always got to love it when the bikes have got to rev their motors right when they pass me. Super classy, guys. Super classy. Tyler McGinnity, though, in that M5 Comp Nikolai in the Hellcat. Got another GTR come up, Tony K. Chris Williams in that Austin Martin next to him. Tyler McGinnity in the M5 Comp did a 149.5. Nikolai 145.0. GTR made small work of that Aston Martin, though. The Mustang and the Camaro pulling up to the line. Tony in the GTR 161-1. Chris with a 143 in the Austin. Jeremy Howell, GT350R. Zach in that ZL1. Zach's been cleaning up all weekend long. Until, of course, that run met his match there. Jeremy with a ripper. Zach didn't even know what hit him there. Waiting for the mile an hour go up on my queue here. For some reason it's been delayed. There it is. Jeremy Howell, 210.87, fastest Mustang I've ever called, I believe, in the half. Great job, Jeremy. Zach with a 171.6. Anthony Rodman, GT350R. Trevor in the GT500. Anthony with a 192.8. Trevor before that, 153.9. Got Seth Moore in the Camaro. Scott Rogers in that Boss 302. Everybody making some full heat. Foot stuck to the back of the headlight passes. Gotta love that. I believe 210 is the new half-mile Mustang record. I will have to confirm that. Glenn Griffiths, Jaguar F-Pace coming back, and the Indiana Corn Marketing Council staff car. Seth with a 158.01, 139.4 for Scott in that Boss 302. Got the Indiana Corn Marketing Council Jaguar out there making some passes and taking some rides, or giving some rides, I should say. Every time they go by, I smell that beautiful, sweet E85. Josh Cade Supra. Julian in the Lamborghini. Those Fat House Mustangs are moving, that's for sure. Got Mike Morrison in the Malibu. Julian Lambo time, or mile an hour, 152.2. Josh, 139.6 in that Supra. Mike Morrison. Local gentleman, all for the veterans and wounded warriors. Appreciate him bringing this car out every year. It gets faster every year, too. Pulled the laundry. Mile an hour coming up. 187.58. He's going to love that. Keeps going faster. That was a 10 mile an hour gain. Vanden, GT350, Ronald Vale. The Vales are back. About 100 horsepower separates the two. got Dan Trickle and Tim Garrett coming up, Camaro against Corvette. That's what you see on the launch pad right there. Dan Trickle pulling the chute, mile an hour coming up, 183.4 for Dan, 142.2 for Tim in the Corvette. Now I got Mandy King in the ZX6R. Mandy with the 136.4. Kim coming up in the Mustang Roush. Gregory Cross in that Subaru STI. Started out at 132. Last pass is 125. Might be compression check time. We're going to find out here on this pass. It's okay. He told me he packed a 6-pack of head gaskets, so he should be fine. Good launch there, though. Mile an hour coming up for both of them. 129.2 for the WRX, 126.0 for the Mustang Roush. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT, 460 horse. Connor Tomlinson, Mustang. Bit of best, the 165.7 Connor has. Fifth gen, Jennifer Harper coming up on the starting line. Connor with a 166.4. Blake in the Hellcat next to Jennifer, 850 horse in that beast. Only 5 miles an hour separates the two, though, as far as their bests. Blake with a 164.1, fifth gen with a 155.6. Garrett Van Winkle, that flying banana, coming up. See it right there. Audi RS6 looks like a little ketchup and mustard action here. Garrett bin 178. Audi RS6 164. That I got Christopher Ampersetti and Caleb Gage in that M3. M3 with the jump there. Didn't last long though, did it? Garrett Van Winkle, the 171 and change. Audi RS6 162. Caleb in what appears to be that Miami blue BMW looks good too. Christopher Ampersetti RS3 Audi. 123.3 for Caleb M3, 139 for the RS3. Got Julian in a Lamborghini Performante Fast Dolph R8 from the Hopkins Foundation. Devin McWhorter in the Supra, Peter in the E63S AMG, Dolph with a ripping 205 in that Audi R8, Julian 152 in the Lambo. Aiden O'Neill in the McLaren 720S, JP Gonzalez in that Ferrari F8 Spider. See it on the launch pad there. Beautiful exotic cars on the launch pad. Devin with the 155.6 Supra, 149 for the AMG. Lena with the arm drop. Okay, that was good. Got Brennan Doolittle, Scott Rogers on the line, 165 for the McLaren, 160.2 for the Ferrari. Brendan, like I said, he has so many passes I can't count that high. Brennan with a 132.3, Scott with a 139. Been pretty consistent in that Boss 302. Scott McIntosh, Audi R8. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT. Both been about 143 plus miles an hour. So Scott McIntosh in the Audi R8, 155.1. Zach with a 144.4. Zach in the ZL1 coming back for some more. Been a best of 172. He got Fat House smacked around GT 350, I believe. He wanted a whole piece of that, so he came out against a 430 horsepower Mustang. 170 for Zach, nicely done. Lindsay 129 in the Mustang. Christopher in that fancy neon should take that wing off. 500 horse, been a best of 167, keeps getting faster. Josh Cage Supra, been a best of 140.3. Fancy neon. I had to pull out of it. I'm telling you, he pulls that wing off, he probably gained a mile an hour, maybe 2, not joking. Should try it anyway. Pretty impressive little neon. SRT4 to be exact. 140.3 for Josh in the Supra. Christopher Amperzetti in the RS3. Martinias in the RS6. Little Audi on Audi crime going down. Ambersetti in the RS3, 139.5. Martinez in the RS6, 163.5. Close to a new best. Ryan Scholler, Camaro SS. Sean Wall in that 99 Corvette, 800 horse, been a best of 158. Sean looked like he was running the train on that Camaro. Definitely did. 160.9, 143.2 for Ryan in the Camaro SS. JP Gonzalez, Ferrari F Spider, the only Ferrari we have all weekend long. Been 160.2. Tim Garrett, Z06, been 154.6. Ferrari hot lapping it. Tim with a 155. Ferrari with a 159.0. Julian Nismo GTR going up against, can't quite see it in my vantage point, not on my screen, but it's going up against somebody. Nismo GTR, that pass, 160.3. Peter in the AMG was a 148.8 next to him. Kim, Roush Mustang, Brendan Doolittle, no surprise. I think this might be world record as how many passes someone's made in a weekend, especially since we extended day 3. I think before that it was a Calvo-tuned Viper. He'd made like, I want to say 63 hits in 2 days. Unsure why I'm forgetting that gentleman's name, but beautiful purple Viper. Kim in the Roush, 126.1. Brennan, 132.9. For joining us at home. Appreciate all of our viewers on Twitch via Global Time Attack GTA. Don't forget, November 10th, we're going to be out live. Always a good time out there with my GTA friends. How's that Ferris? I mean, come on. It's one fast Corvette. Lindsey Bolding in the Mustang. The Corvette on the near side to me here. Lindsay with Justin Storts, GT350, been a best 143.4. Jennifer, 5th gen, been a best of 159.2. Caesar ripping through the flags, 173.8 there. Caesar ripping through the flags, 173.8 there. You can see the flags turn definitely to more of a side wind. Fifth gen with the clear mile-an-hour pole and wind there. Let's look at it, see what happens. $154.8 fifth gen. Justin GT350 138.6. Lindsey Bolding Mustang. Nick Lapp Corvette. Corvette has mile-an-hour advantage in the past anyway. Got Ryan Hopkins coming up to the line here. Nick in the Corvette, 142.1, 130 for Lindsay in the Mustang. So Ryan Hopkins in the Huracan did a 200.18 last pass. Seth Moore Camaro bit a best 160.5. Huracan 198.7, Seth 154.9. Brad Blankenship Audi S6, David Room GDR Corolla Circuit Edition. That's a lot to put in there for a Corolla. At the end of the day, it is a Corolla. And it's getting spanked by an S6, but I love seeing a Corolla out here. Zero to 60 in 28 seconds, not bad. So it's got 300 horse though, been a best of 117, so you gotta like that. 125.5 for the Audi S6. Corolla should finish off here in a little bit. We'll get a mile an hour from that one. 118, ooh, went faster that time, gotta like it. Dustin Spurlock, Tesla Model X, been a best of 160.0. Going up against the Lamborghini Urus. Tesla Model X 154, faster than the Lamborghini Urus at 144.0. John Conway Corvette, Keith Reynolds Corvette Z06, both within about a mile an hour of each other. A little ketchup and mustard action. Love the red, yellow, yellow, red. Conway with a 151.7, Keith 159.7. Justin Eden GT500 Martinez RS6, been a best of 164.2. RS6 with a 162.2, Justin in the GT500. Waiting for that mile-an-hour to show up. Meantime, Chad Smith, ZX14R, Kevin Kahn in the Corvette. 153.9, Justin in that GT500, though.
swapped it out. Okay. Thanks, I'm grabbing it.
I'm on auto for both channels.
All right. Had to take a little break, give my voice a rest. Sorry about that. I'm back looking like JP Gonzalez in the F8 Spider, Peter in the E63S AMG. Thanks, Matt, on the license plate of the Ferrari. I see that. There are a lot of special plates out here. Many of them are actually real, which is cool. So Peter with a 146.4, 159.4 for that Ferrari. Been pretty consistent. Brennan Doolittle, speaking of consistent. Patrick Kennedy, M5 comp, been best 168, 133.2 best Brennan. .168.4 Patrick in the BMW M5 comp. Doolittle doing lots, actually. He's made quite a few hits. We got the Vales back in their Mustangs. Vannon and Ronald. Gotta have it green. And classic white with blue stripes. Going through the Traps are 138.8. Vanden, Ronald 134.9. Tony Janko, Fat House Performance, been a best of 183.2. Going up against Julian, Supra Dupra, been a best of 174. 1,000 horse, didn't know it's actually a power glide. So technically a 2-speed in the Supra Dupra. Tony, Fat House Performance on a pretty good run there, 1,300 horse. Here comes the Supra, 184.0. New best for Tony today. Julian in the Supra. Before that, Andrew Wydell looks like. Not sure whose Audi that is next to Andrew. As soon as I find out, I'll let you know. Julian in the Super with a 169.6 earlier. Andrew Wydell. That run right there. Looks like I got the Hopkins Foundation cars coming up to the line. Lena with the fantastic arm drops. Hope everybody's having a good time online watching us live out here in beautiful Marion, Indiana for the Indy Airstrip attack. Thanks to our good friends over at 1320video.com and, of course, Global Time Attack. Earlier, Wydell Z06 went 163.5. A couple bikes showing up here on the queue. It's the Morels, Joel and Charles. Look at that, Charles, 202.7. Nicely done. Joel in the Kawasaki, 168.5. Kim in the Mustang Roush coming up. Audi is scooting. Got Steve Bartholomew in the Trackhawk, Blake in the Hellcat. There's Paul Cunningham in his RS3 with a 150.2. Audi. Trackhawk Advantage launch. Blake caught up to him there. Mile an hour coming up for them. Steve in the Trackhawk with a 157.1. A nice Lamborghini on Corvette race, it looks like. Yep, sure enough, Mike McCarley. He's been 1,200 horse Corvette, been kind of battling something with that car all day. Although he's been 181. Looks like whatever he was battling, he started to get some headway on it. That was a good run for him. 175.4, nicely done. Mike ZR1, Julian 151 in the Lambo. Brendan Doolittle, Challenger, Vanden Vale, GT350 making a hot pass, hot lap if you will. Doolittle's doing the same. Brennan with a 132.0 Vanden in the GT350, 138.5. Got another Vale and a GT350 up against an old Boss 302 that's been really consistent at 139. Old against new against old. Julian in the Supra, Ray's in the Hellcat. Supra making up for some time there. 144 for the Hellcat. Tyler in M5 comp. Armando Perez in another M5 there. It's the M race we always wanted, but never knew we were going to get. Julian with a 172, almost bettered his mile an hour in the Supra before that. 157.7 Armando M5, 150.7 Tyler in his M5. Julian's GTR Nismo up on the launch pad. GTR 146, Steven in that Camaro 124. Got Charles Morel in the Hayabusa, Cage in that Camaro coming back for some more. Gotta love the old school Camaro. Breeze is looking like a tailwind right now. 194.8 for the Hayabusa. Not sure what I got going on here, but it appears though Jay's got himself in trouble once again. Oh yeah, he's going to get pulled over before he even gets started. I wonder if he can outrun him. Yeah, he's trying. I don't even know if Jay can gap the cop car. Maybe not. He did this yesterday and they ended up tasing him, so I'm not sure what Jay's wanted for other than just being Jay. But it looks like he is definitely going to get pulled over here. Let's see what happens. Maybe he told the police officer, "Bad cop, no donut." I'm not sure. I saw him eating donuts and having coffee earlier. It seemed like he was fine. Either way, what do we have going on here? I can't tell from my vantage point. It looks like he still has his lights on. Not joking, he's actually getting pulled over. Oh, Jay had made one pass before, then escaped and left, and then looks like he's trying to gap him right now. He's about ready to come out in front of me. I'm wondering what's going on. You can see it right there in your vantage point. Probably trying to decide whether he should really pull over, if it's real or fake or what's going on. But I'm telling you, Jay, that's real. You can hear me in the car. You might want to pull over. He's got his radar on and the whole bit. So Jay might have been speeding in the parking lot. This is potentially what happens when you speed in the parking lot. That's my guess. Meanwhile, I still have racing going on. Melvin Crabtree and Max Kidd, the Challenger right there. Oh, he's out of the car. Jay's out. Oh, that's what he's... Oh, gosh, he's going to get tased. Or tackled. I'm not even sure which. Maybe both. Well, I tell you, if that wasn't corny, I don't know what was. There you go. Definitely don't speed in the pits. That's my advice. You'll get the Jay treatment. He's still on the run. Now he's going to get in the cop car and try to take it, but luckily he locked it. Well, that was fun, that's for sure. And let's face it, Jay is corny. On deck, though, looks like I've got, well, I got a Corvette and a Challenger. I bet they'd like to race. Melvin Crabtree in the Corvette. Max Kidd in the Challenger. 1,300 horse. Haven't seen this car run yet. Plum Crazy purple. Looks mean and it's not green, so... It's got blacklist rating on the side. Maybe he's going to get pulled over next. I think we're waiting to check something out on the track, on the airstrip, see if everything's all right there.
I'm here with Mark Bayless, one of our ethanol enthusiasts here at the Indy Airstrip Attack. Mark, I'm curious, what advice would you give aspiring drivers that are looking to make the switch to ethanol?
Well, first of all, I'd say if you want to have better performance and you want the car to actually perform at the top level, ethanol is going to do that for you. We all know the benefits of it for your daily driver and actually for the rest of the world. Cleaner burning, keeps the engine temps down, but the number one thing that it does for us is its performance. So it's going to make your car perform better than gasoline or anything else will. So if you're wanting to start to get into the game, the first thing you should probably do is run ethanol. So that's the number one key. Most of the guys here behind me, all the Hellcats that we have here, are all running on ethanol, and you've got to do it. So that's the key to going fast.
Awesome. Well, you heard it from one of the experts himself. What's next?
getting everything inspected, looking at. I'll wait patiently here for Max Kidd. Looks like he's not ready to let the track go back to green, and here we go. Melvin Crabtree, Corvette, Max Kidd, Challenger, 1,300 horse. Pretty good pass there. Corvette's going a little slow. The Kid, though, 170.9, not bad. First hit off the trailer. Gotta like that. Maybe even drove it here. I'm unsure. Hate to say off the trailer if he drove it here. Want to take away street cred. Jason Burrow, Hellcat, Vanden Vale, GT350. Right there on the launch pad. I think that Corvette might still be on the track. I'm unsure. I can't see. A couple things kind of blocking my view from past the flags. Probably what we're waiting for. Looks like we got the okay to go green. So you got Jason Burrow in the Hellcat, Vanden Vale, GT350. GT350's been at 138.8. 167.2 Jason for the Hellcat. You can hear the Hellcat supercharger line from all the way over here. .159.1 Jason Hellcat mile an hour. Up next, I got Paul in his Audi RS3. So I got a Supra pulling up next to him. Valez Super Dupra, been a best of 143.4. Paul, been a best of 150.5. And this just in. I just saw AZ Cycle Parts, Lamborghini STO, Mark, heading to the starting line. Looking for that 246 anything. Second highest mile an hour of all 3 days of the weekend. Got Riley Hawk and the Viper, did a 206. Brendan Doolittle, surprise, lined up next to him. I think he'd line up next to anybody at this point. He just wants to race. Gotta love that. Like a good hit for Riley Hawk. Mile an hour, 209, new best right there, 209.11. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 hits over 200. Nicely done, Riley. Brennan making his way to the end there. Ronald Vale coming up that GT350. And of course the 69 Boss 302. Scott Rogers in that Boss 302, 138.1. Ronald Vale, 134.3. As I said before, we got Mark coming up in the AZ Cycle Parts UGR built Lamborghini STO. So far, second highest mile an hour of the weekend, and not by much. They're almost tied first and second. So we got a GTR first here, and then it's going to get pretty rowdy. He's making his way up there. I'm unsure exactly if it's the next pass or maybe a couple behind, but it's coming. I'll tell you that. I know because I saw Team UGR down at the big end. We've already tipped off fire and tow. We do that as a safety precaution for every fast over 200 plus mile an hour pass. Julian Bassler's GTR Nismo 161.6. I got Chris Lazo. He's looking for 200 anything in that beast. Lindsey Bolding in the Mustang 130 best, but I know Chris is looking for 200 anything. He's 198.6. He's right there. Looked like a good clean hit for Chris. Mile an hour. Let's see if he gets that too that he wants. 198.85. He went faster but missed it by just a smidge. Pretty close. Aiden O'Neill in the Aventador. Oh no, look at this. This is not the Aventador. This is Mark in the STO. AZ Cycle Parts UGR in the house. Hang on to your shorts. Here we go. Off to a good launch. It looks like he's staying in it. I'm hearing it shift. It's going big. That's going to be a big mile an hour. What does it look like? AZ Cycle Parts Mark. Wait for that mile an hour to show up. Are you ready for this? 257.88 miles an hour. AZ Cycle Parts, Mark in the house. Team UGR, congratulations. 257.88 miles an hour, UGR, AZ Cycle Parts. Let's hear it for him. Woo! You just witnessed big pass right there. That's the second car that has made it past the 255, 256, I believe, ever. So there you go. He's going to be pretty happy about that. Wow. He went from 242.59 to 257.88. Piloting that beast. Mark, owner of AZ Cycle Parts. I still am excited about that one. Sorry. Hard not to be. You could tell that was fast for sure. About halfway through, I knew that was going to be a big run. I've called all of them. Got everybody here all excited. Hopefully you got excited at home watching on Twitch, YouTube, 1320video.com. Of course, you just watched something that goes down in history. That is the world's fastest STO. Almost the world's fastest half-mile car. Wow, that was a run. Let me tell you what. Kenneth right there with a 195.2. That's a great run, too. 1,200 horse Mustang GT 500. We got Gage in the Camaro, Peter in the E63S AMG coming up next. We're all still just kind of excited and celebrating the big Mark AZ Cycle Parts UGR 256 mile an hour. Sorry, 257.88 mile an hour run. Makes a big difference there. Congrats, Team UGR and AZ Cycle Parts once again. Got the Audi RS6 and the Porsche Turbo. Hard to beat that Audi launch, obviously. That thing just scooted right off the starting line. Valdas in that Porsche Turbo S with a 189.8. RS6, 165.9. Josh Cage Super, 140.4. Caleb in that M3, 123. I got the Hooligan Brothers K9 unit out here. Mark Beasley, I believe. And that's Cesar Vasquez in the Hellcat Durango. Going up against Beasley. Durango is moving. .153.4 for the Durango Hellcat. Kevin Kahn, Corvette. Brandon in the 07 Corvette next to him. Both been over 140. Brandon, 159. Best so far. Kevin with a 139.6. Brandon, 155.0. Brian, ZL1. Kim in the Mustang next to him. Brian's been at 182.9. The beautiful ZL1 Camaro right there. Got a flurry of activity. I think we sent Tiffany over there for an interview with Mark from AZ Cycle Parts after that blistering run. 257.88. Have that coming to you here soon, I feel. Brian with a 184.7, new best there. Kim, 121.6. Now I got David in the Corolla. Jason Burrow Hellcat, been a best of 167.2 to David's Corolla 118. Which is crazy because that's exactly half as fast as that Lamborghini just went. Which means the Lamborghini could have finished that entire half mile twice by the same time that the Corolla finished it once. That's crazy to think about. Not picking on the Corolla by any means. It is kind of funny though. Jason Burrow, 164.5. Melvin Crabtree, Corvette. Spencer King and his Z06 next to him. Lots of activity out here. Can't believe how fast that looked from my vantage point. Hopefully you got a good chance to see that. The cameras could barely keep up with it. .157 for Spencer. Got Brennan Doolittle in the Challenger. Stephen Ulrich in the ZL1 coming up next. See him right there on the launch pad. I'm pretty sure Brennan's going to use up his warranty, whatever's left on that Challenger at this event. It's only 3-year, 36,000 powertrain on that beast. Stellantis FCA, they're going to have a hard time warrantying that thing after today. Stephen and Brennan there in the Challenger. Stephen, of course, in the ZL1. Kelly in the RX-7FD LS Swap Beast. Been at 103 or 183.08. Armando M5. Been the best of 157. Vengeance Racing back in the house. I believe they call that Fat Man. Been a best of 190.1 already. I think the car has done 200. I hear him mad pedaling that beast. He was pedaling that beast hard. Kelly with a new best, 184.05 in that RX-7FD. That was the mile an hour before. I got Vengeance Racing in the house for sure. Ron and the Corvette, Fat Man Corvette. Then I got Michael Stout. Been 217.2, 186.4. That time for the white Corvette. This is your fastest C7 Corvette in the world. Looked like a good, clean hit for Michael. Mile an hour on that coming up here. 215.5. Man, he's been consistent all day, weekend long. Good for him. Lindsey Bolding coming up. Zach Denon, that Cuddy Cutlass. Been the best of 142.3 in the Cutlass. Lindsey, been the best of 130.0. Love the Cutlass. Really appreciate that, bringing that out here. It looks cool to me. And I got to say, it is a Oldsmobile Cutlass record that I've ever called in the half mile for 142 miles an hour, so congrats on that as well. Looks like we got some smoke coming out of the Cutlass there. Unsure what's going on. Gonna have to get that looked at, though. It looked like it might be dropping fluids. He's definitely slowing way down. Did a 138.6 through the traps to Lindsay's 122.3 And it definitely looks like it's puking something, so I'm not sure if we want to get that looked at or not. It's out of my vantage point, so I can't tell if he's still on the track or not. Definitely did look like it was spewing some smoke and maybe some fluid, though. We're going to get that looked at here. Just make sure everybody's safe. Got another fast Viper coming up. It's been 180 miles an hour, and then we got, you know, some other fast stuff that's going to be following up after that. And so the last thing you want to do is have any kind of incident where there was something that was dropped on the track. So we're going to get that looked at. Appreciate everybody joining us out here at the fastest race in Indiana, brought to you by, of course, the Indiana Corn Marketing Council. We just witnessed AZ Cycle Parts in the UGR Lamborghini STO rip off a near world record overall pass, which is crazy to think about. 257.88, the world record, which UGR actually does own, has for many, many years in the Drag 965 Huracan. That's 259.99, and Mark Rao from AZ Cycle Parts just ripped off a 257.88, like the 9th time he's ever driven the car, so there's that. Talked to Mark earlier. He says he's definitely really enjoying it. He's done a lot of real high-end, or high horsepower, I should say, drag racing, so quarter-mile, eighth-mile stuff in the past, and so this isn't, the speed variance is definitely different. Says you basically just hang on to the steering wheel a lot longer, obviously, being a half mile as opposed to an eighth or a quarter, but he definitely feels right at home, and it's well proven with a 257.88. There is literally only a handful of people in the world that can say they've been over 250 miles an hour in the half mile. And the last time I counted, I want to say it was 5. I think I'm right on that. That makes Mark 6. So I used to be able to remember every single run, as I've called every one of those over the years. When I started calling these races about 9 years ago, almost 10 now, to get to 220 was the big goal. Now, right, it's basically get to 260. And so there's been a big change throughout the years, and the 250 mark was pretty awesome. And then, of course, 252, 255, 257, 258, 259. So that's kind of how it's crept up. And then you got Mark who just slides in, 9th time driving the car. Just rip off a 257.88. Why not? Because it felt good. I haven't spoke to him. I know Tiffany should be over there right now for an interview, I hope. And if so, then we'll get a chance to hear how he feels about that run, which I'm super excited to hear.
Scott Rogers with a 69 Boss 302. Tell me, Scott, how has your second year at Shift Sector been so far?
Oh, this is great. The car's been running great. Last year we broke on the second day. But we've had some fun runs, and a buddy of mine's down here with his late model Shelby GT350, and so we've had a little bit of grudge match going on back and forth.
And who's won so far?
He's won, I've won.
Okay, half and half.
He didn't go for the third round. We're going after lunch.
Tell me a little bit about this build of this beautiful vintage car.
Well, this was raced back in the day in the UK when it was brand new. And so it's had a history all around the world, and East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, Canada, of course the UK. Anyway, it's a neat historied car.
And tell me, do you do any specific preparations as far as switching it up from the Airstrip in comparison to what you're used to racing it on?
Not too much. I ran it last month for 2 days at a road course, and you can see how dirty it is. Just unloaded it, checked the tire pressures, gassed it up, check the oil, and here we go.
Any other tech specs you want to?
Well, it runs about 140 in the half mile, which is pretty good. And it tops out at about 155.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing this beautiful car with us. We hope to see you next year.
Oh, you will see me next year for sure.
Can't wait.
All right, we are back at it. Nice interview, Tiffany. Appreciate that. That was Sean and the Porsche Turbo. 1,100 horse in that beast. Just did 179.0. Before that, Nikolai Charger Hellcat 146.1. Jeff Barton in that Viper TA 165.4. Waiting for something else to line up there on the launch pad. Can't tell, but looks like we might have changed out our grid girl. That appears to be... Nope, that is still Lena, I believe. Kevin Kahn and the Corvette pulling up. Going up against the Indiana Corn Marketing Council Tom Sutton Trackhawk. Trackhawk yanked on that Corvette. I believe that's been through Indy's garage, if I'm not mistaken. Nice looking Trackhawk out there. I just put that together for this event, I believe. Trackhawk 155.6, running good and strong all day long. Kevin 139.0. Josh Cage Supra, David in the Corolla, the best of 118.0, or basically exactly half the mile an hour that AZ Cycle Parts just did in the Lamborghini STO at 257.88. I just like the way that sounds. I bet Mark likes the way that sounds too. Just saying. Josh in the Supra 142.0. David, we're still waiting for him to finish there. Brandon Swan coming up in the F-Type. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT. That's what's on the launch pad. You can see it right there at home. Hopefully you're watching via Twitch. Global Time Attack. Don't forget, we're going to be out there November 10th. Live. My producer, JeffreyJHart.com, and also Revolution.com with all the good footage. Coming up behind them, Brennan Doolittle Challenger, Caleb Gage in that M3. Beautiful M3. I love the color of that. Caleb with a 125.2. Brennan 132.8. Been pretty consistent. Julian Huracan. Dan Trickle Camaro. 1,200 horse in that Camaro. 1,700 in the Huracan next to him. Camaro says wicked on the plates, and I believe it. Really bring it up for the Huracan? We're going to find out. Huracan's been 200.8. $186 for the Huracan. Sarah Bolin, Trevor Ziffer, GT500, and a Mustang GT behind that. Trickle with a 181.7. And Camaro before this pass. Chad Smith, Kent Seckler, Cowie time. Zowie, it's the Cowies. Here we go. A little bit of a headwind. Lena with the lineup and arm drop. Before that, we had Sarah with a 143.9, Trevor with a 153.1 in the GT 500. Chad Smith, Kent Seckler here. Chad with a 174.2 in the ZX14. Little headwind there, not surprised. Got Julian, a couple of his cars, the Nismo and the Lamborghini, the other one I should say. 160.3 for Kent in the ZX10, our last pass. Lamborghini 151.1. Nismo still waiting for that mile an hour to show up. I got Daniel Bartram, Challenger, Zach Moore, ZL1 behind that. Corvette right here. Tim Garrett coming up. Been a best of 157. Apparently wants to get an autograph from Lena, one of our grid girls there. He's like, "What's up? How you doing?" Zach with a 169.7 before that in a ZL1. Daniel Challenger 147.9 for those that asked. Got the Tesla up next to the Corvette again. Hard to beat that Tesla launch. Tesla's been 160, I believe, today. Probably depends on the state of charge, what it'll do mile an hour as it goes, or as the day goes. Tesla with a 150, so it's dropped 10 miles an hour so far. Got the McLaren 720S going up against the Audi R8. That is from the Hopkins Foundation. Audi's been over 200. Tim Garrett with a 155 and the smackdown on the Tesla. Barry Malone coming up that C6 Z06. Looks like he's going up against Peter in that Mercedes. With the jump launch there. Barry the 161.8, Peter with 147.4. 207 new best for that Audi R8, Fast Dolph Hopkins Foundation. Great job there. Took a bit for the mile an hour to show up on my screen. Got the Fox body all taped up and back. Thousand horsepower, Sean here. I think it's the fastest Fox body and a half I've ever called. Looks like we do have some debris on the track. Not sure what it is. We got something out there for sure. Looking for Sean's mile an hour. 193.8. Definitely bettered that by a couple. Good job, Sean. Pretty sure that is the fastest half-mile Fox body I've called. We do have some debris on the track, though, so definitely want to hold while we get that sorted out. Want to give a big shout out to Caroline at home, not feeling well. Hopefully she's watching, and if so, we all miss and love you, Caroline. I hope you're feeling better. Waiting on the launch pad right now, Keith Reynolds in the Z06, John Conway, Corvette next to him. Only a mile an hour separate these two, and about 80 horsepower roughly. To racing now. Looks like the yellow Corvette got out of the power there. Red Corvette, not so much. .160.4 for Keith in that Corvette. Yellow one, John, slowed way down. We got JP Gonzalez in the Ferrari F8 Spider.
As far as I know, it was
Max Kidd there in the Challenger next to him, 1,300 horsepower, a best of 170.9. After that, we got Jeff Barton Viper, Brandon Franklin Corvette. Just kind of waiting for the mile an hour to pop up here on my screen, but you got them lined up right there. Good looking Viper. Before that, it was Max Kidd at 168. JP Gonzalez Ferrari 159.5. Brandon Franklin in that yellow Corvette. Jeff Barton 177.8. Franklin, yellow Corvette, 153.5. Got Jay in the Audi R8 coming up next. Going up against GTR, it looks like. Corvette on the launch pad. Jay with a 140, Julian with a 159 in the GTR. Kevin Kahn with a best of 141. Pulling up, looks like next to a Mustang there. That fast Porsche, fastest one of the event coming up. Joseph Santo right here. He's going to go on the launch pad in a second. Joseph Santo. Here he comes, using all that airstrip. Look at it go side to side. 2,000 Porsche horsepower. Looked bad fast to me. Mile an hour coming up here shortly. 224.55 miles an hour. Every single hit on that car has been over 200. Right off the trailer, 211 all the way to 226.3. Nicely done, Joseph Santo. We're going to hear from Mark from AZ Cycle Parts in the STO after that crazy pass. I think Tiffany's got an interview coming up. I'm going to be throwing to here in just a couple seconds. Ryan Hopkins Huracan right there, 203.44 miles an hour. It's a new best for Ryan. Good job there. Brandon Doolittle, 132.9.
Grau from AZ Cycle Parts and Underground Racing. He just did 2:57.88. How are you feeling, Mark?
Ecstatic. This has been a dream and a goal for the last 3 years. Our goal is ultimately to break the world record at 260. We're so close, and to consider that this is the first, Friday was the first day I seen the car and drove the car, and now in a matter of a weekend we went from never running the car, it had 53 miles on it, to now we've done 257.8. That just shows how good underground racing is.
All right, tell me about your team. Who all do you have out with you? Who are your biggest supporters?
Kevin Howarth, Casey Howarth, their whole staff. I don't even know how to put into words how to thank them just for their, their dedication to what we're trying to accomplish. I mean, they just bust their ass for everything. And
I know you were trying to reach your wife. She didn't answer. What's she going to say once you get her on the line?
My wife will probably just be like, cool.
Oh, man. Well, I know you're feeling amazing. I can feel the adrenaline coming off you right now.
I'm still shaking.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations, Mark.
Thank you.
Tim Garrett coming up that Z06. Going up against the Tesla once again. Round 3. Tesla's getting slower, losing a little power as the charge goes down. 144.2. Tim with the 156.2. Some more bikes coming up. And a Ferrari, so we got Kent Seckler in the ZX-10R. Been a best of 166.1. Ferrari F8. Trapping about the same, really. JP Gonzalez, 157.6. Kent with a 165.6. Met these guys at the hotel I stay at. Nice guys. This is their first event. John Conway, Keith Richards. They've been having a great time. They brought, there's actually 3 Corvette friends that came along. Pretty cool having someone new try the event. They're really enjoying it, so I'm not surprised. Good looking cars, too. Actually met them in the hotel elevator. It was easy to identify them. They're all wearing Corvette shirts and New Balance shoes. I can say that because I do own a Corvette, so I can say those things. Being a Corvette owner. Anyway, I'm glad to see him out having fun. Keith with a 159.2. I got Peter in the E63S, Jay in the Audi R8 behind them. Peter with a 147.4. Trevor Ziffer, GT500. Jason Burrow, Hellcat, 167 best so far. Little American muscle ripping through the flags. Appreciate everybody being out here. Big thanks to Indiana Corn Marketing Council, of course, carrying our live feed. $155.6 Trevor, GT500. Jason with that Hellcat, 163.5. Kent Seckler, Josh Cage in the Supra. Kent, of course, on the Cowie. Lena with the sweet arm drops. Kent with a 164.9. Another Lamborghini popped up there. Julian, a 640 horse version, and his 700 horse Nismo GTR. Josh in the Super 138.9. $159.6 for Julian. Nismo, $151 for the Lambo. Christopher Ampersetti, Ryan Scholler, Camaro SS. Christopher Ampersetti, RS3, Ryan Scholler in that Camaro. Waiting for that mile an hour to show up on my queue. Meantime, we got the JP Gonzalez F8 Spider Ferrari making roundhouse passes with Peter in the E63S. Check number 2. All right, I got the boss man himself. I got Jason here, shift sector, and we just did a big ripper with AZ Cycle Parts Team UGR. I wanted to ask Jason a few things. How do you feel about that 257.88 pass?
That was amazing. We haven't seen 257 since the record was set and tied many years ago. I think we've seen last year 255, 253 the year before, those kind of numbers. But 257 out here this weekend in the afternoon, a little bit of headwind. I mean, that car is like right on the world record type of number.
It was amazing. You know, what do you think that's going to do for our half-mile sport? And, you know, obviously it's been a while since anyone's even challenged the 259.99 that also UGR owns. What do you think? What do you think that's going to do for, you know, for your business as a whole here in the half-mile game?
Well, I think, you know, there's always going to be all-stars and rock stars in every sport, right? Whether it's racing or any other kind of sport. So, but having said that, you know, the core of half-mile racing are street cars. So not everybody can afford or get an underground racing built twin turbo Lamborghini, you know, V10 car, much less, you know, I mean, there's a lot of really nice cars out here. But the core of half-mile racing is, you know, it's a simulated street race, you know, and they are, you know, 600, 700, 800 horsepower cars. That's what you see. That's what most of these guys are, and that's sort of the core of half-mile racing. But of course, like I said, you've got your, you know, rock stars in every sport, and what underground racing does with these Lamborghinis and Audi R8s, those are the rock stars of the sport. And you know, having said that, 257 today. The numbers have been 260 for a while. You know, I think we'll see that number broken probably in Abilene this year. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. The weather's going to be perfect for it. Yeah, so I mean, it's been a long time coming. I think I can't wait to see it happen.
It's been amazing. What a journey, I tell you. And obviously the crux, like you had said, of what we announce, or what I announce, I should say, and a lot of the half mile people that come out, obviously everybody strives to be, wow, I really like that. I know that's probably not what I'm going to be able to do just because of one thing or the other, but it is nice to see those kind of things and kind of push the envelope, the speed envelope forward. I can't wait to call our first 260, and I hope it's going to be in Abilene. It's crazy to me. I've been working with you now, or for you, for almost 10 years. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I mean, and talking about the speeds, I mean, like, I think our first event ever as Shift Sector, when we did Trona, I mean, I think the winning car would have been trapping right around maybe like 180. You know what I mean? So I mean, you're talking about, at the time it was like around an 800 wheel, GTR at that time, and that was like really crazy. It was really fast, and it just goes to show how far the sport has progressed. And as the sport progresses, I think we've seen a lot of improvements in safety equipment and efficiency with these cars, and I'm just really proud to sort of be a part of it and to continue to try to bring this to more people, and so people can enjoy it and have a great time out here.
Well, there's nothing like a Shift Sector event, not at all. It's a family feel. You do a fantastic job, and I got to say it's been awesome. Coming up on my 10-year anniversary with Shift Sector, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, and I could not do it without you and everyone else on my amazing team. We've had the same people for a long time, and that's why when people come and they come to me and they say, wow, how do you guys do all of this? We take a blank piece of paper and turn it not only into a race, but a race venue. It's because of my team, and the experience that we have, and I'm really proud of them. So thanks to everybody.
Yes, I appreciate that, Jason. Thanks for the interview. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I can't wait to see you guys in Abilene for the ending of our first 2023 Season Points Championship.
That's right. You better be there. All right, you heard it from him first. Abilene, big showdown. For sure. Back on the mic here, local. Wanted to thank Jason for the interview. That was a lot of fun. And of course, Mark, AZ Cycle Parts, for the 257.88. I'm going to go back and look, but I think he is the 6th person in history to be over 250 miles an hour. It might be 255 and up. I can't remember. I think that gets to be a much shorter list. But I'm pretty sure he's the 6th, so congrats, Mark. What a great run. Obviously, you got a great team over there in AZ Cycle Parts and Team UGR, so great job. Meanwhile, back here at the airstrip, still gorgeous out here in Marion, Indiana. Of course, Indiana Corn Marketing Council bringing all these great views via revolution.com and directed, of course, by none other than jeffreyjhart.com. We got the best in arm drop racing half mile for sure. It's Jeff Barton and that Viper TA looking for, he's been 180, he's looking for anything over that. 179.5, been pretty consistent. Vanden Vale next to him, GT350, 526 horse, been a best of 139. We got Brandon Franklin, 07 Corvette, been a best of 159. Kent in the Mustang GT350, 130. Sorry, Kent in the ZX-10R, my screen shifted. Been a best of 166.1 on the bike. Three days of yelling into the microphone, I get a little tired. So I apologize for any mistakes. They're not on purpose, that's for sure. Ronald Vale, GT350, and that beautiful, we saw Tiffany do a great interview with that 69 Boss 302. It's like a road race build. He's out here having a great time. Been consistent 139 plus mile an hour runs. GT350 with a 136. Scott, that Boss 302, been running real good in the 139 range. Got the Hopkins Foundation coming up. Jay in the Audi R8. Jay's been 140 plus miles an hour numerous times out here. Got pulled over and arrested twice for doing so. I mean for being Jay, not going 140 miles an hour. He's got his work cut out for him this time. Fast Dolph left him. 178.2 for the Hopkins Foundation McLaren. Andrew Wydell, Z06, Brendan Doolittle once again back. All of his passes been over 130. Working that Stellantis warranty real hard. Of course, I'm just having fun. That's a good testament of how reliable and reliably fast a Stellantis-built motor vehicle can be. That Challenger's made a lot of passes. It's 2017. It's not brandy new either. I don't know how many miles are on it, but it's definitely scooting over and over and over. Brandon Swan, F-Type. Zach Elliott, Mustang. That's what's on the launch pad right there. Josh Cage Supra, Devin Supra, little Supra. I guess he wanted to make sure we knew his car revved. I'm not sure what that was all about. I don't know if anybody heard that at home, but I heard it here. Garrett Van Winkle Charger 178 best, 1100 horse in that flying banana. Plum crazy purple Challenger next to him. Max Kid Garrett, though, with a 176.8. Tim in the Camaro Vanden Vale GT350. Tim's been a 147 in that 2022 Camaro.
I'm here with this. It's his first time doing the half mile. Tell me, how did your weekend go, Darren?
So it went pretty well. We came out this morning, or on Friday, to run Mr. Perlman's car with the blue Lamborghini. We pulled off at 2:17, super slow since it's my first time. I've always said I wouldn't go half mile racing. I don't like the time under power. I prefer 8th mile racing, but you know, I gotta get out and not be scared at some point. So you know, we came out here, went 217 first pass, went 220 something second pass, and 236 the third pass, you know. So we're super happy with how the car performed until we had an engine failure, unfortunately. And then, so we thrashed all day trying to get that back together, and we had to give it up at midnight last night. So today I come out here and drove this car for Juan Fernandez, just doing some testing for him. It's a brand new build. And we're just trying to work up on that, and just, you know, had a couple issues there as well, but went 194 this morning, and yeah, we're getting it worked out, doing pretty good here.
Amazing. Well, congratulations for conquering your fears.
Yes.
And we hopefully will look forward to seeing you again next year.
Yes. Yo, actually, I'll be going to Abilene with the same team, David Perlman Racing, supported by Horsepower Lounge, which all these cars are, which is pretty much what we're doing. Is Horsepower Lounge is taking care of this team. So we'll be in Abilene, and we're going to go for at least 250 in Abilene.
Awesome. Best of luck.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That other announcer's me, and I'm back. Don't you worry, I got you. Let's see where I can get caught back up here. Got Devin in the Supra, Stephen Ulrich in that ZL1. Supra going around the outside of the ZL1. That's going to be a surprise. Sounded like he was having a little bit of issues there. Got back in it, though. Mile an hour should show advantage Camaro, but we'll find out. 159.1, Devin Supra. Steven, I haven't got his mile an hour pop up on my screen just yet. I'll go back to it, though. Kevin Kahn, Corvette. Julian Lambo, 158.5 for the ZL1. Before that. Looks like we might have switched out our grid girls, too. That looks to be Shayla. Shayla likes long walks on the beach. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Max Kidd coming back for some more. Van and Vale GT350. I'll announce the speeds, but it's probably going to be after the launch because for some reason they're delayed in my system recently. 151 for Julian Lambo. Kevin Corvette 139.5. Got the purple plum crazy Max Kidd Challenger, 1,300 horse, been a best at 170 though. Going all the way around that GT350. Coming up on deck, I've got Brandon Franklin Corvette Kit Seckler in that ZX10 Ninja. Max Kidd, Hellcat, 167.4, Van GT350, 139.1. Kent with a 161.8. Brandon 154.4. Got Anthony Rodman coming up GT350R. 1,600 horse, been a best of 192. I think we all agree he's looking for 200 anything. Got a smidge of a crosswind, I would say. But the air temps are still pretty good. Shayla out there ready for the arm drop. Gave him the go. He's ready. Yeah, he pulled out of it for whatever reason. I'm unsure why, but it looked like it was a strong run up to that point. It was great until it wasn't, as they say. Tom Sutton Trackhawk. Here's a race everybody wanted to see coming up. Let's see what actually, I think they got Ray Zamora in the Hellcat. Been a best of 144.8. Looks like a Durango to me, not a Trackhawk. So we'll call it the way I see it, and that is definitely the Durango. I want to say it was trapping in the mid 150s on the pass that I called. I believe both these are from Indy's Garage. My good friend Mark Bayless. Really like that Durango Hellcat. Thing's a scooter. 7-passenger scooter. Ray Zamora, though, in the Hellcat. Mile an hour coming up for them. Just waiting for it to kind of cue in. In the meantime, we got Tom LaShore in the Camaro. Brennan Doolittle in the Challenger. Brennan, of course, going after that world record. How many passes he can possibly make. I think he might do it, too. Durango Hellcat did 155.2. Ray's in the 144 in the Hellcat Dodge Charger. Up next, I got Trevor Zipper GT500, Mike McCarley in that ZR1. Been trying it all day. Pretty sure he's having clutch related or maybe slave cylinder related issues. Doesn't seem to be consistent for clutch, so 152.3. I know that car is way more capable than that, so I know he's been battling it all day. Feel bad for Mike. Beautiful car. Love seeing him out here. 154 for the GT500. Julian Nismo GTR, Chris Williams, Austin Martin. Austin Martin with a 143.8. Nismo with a 161.1. Devin Warder in the, or McWarder in the Supra. Barry Malone, of course, in the Z06. Barry's been to a lot of our half-mile shift sector airstrip attack events. Always consistent. Fabian in the Supra coming up. Been a best of 158, 500 horse. Beautiful car, too. Look at those wheels. Took the headlight out. Hope the hood doesn't fly off. Supra before that, 160.2. Barry, 161.3. Looks like he's going to line up against Tony Williams, CTSV, 1,000 horse. Been a best of 167. Or I'm sorry, 176.1. There's that Shayla right there. CTSV out with an early lead. It should be a good mile an hour for that car. While I wait for that, I got Kenneth in the Audi R8, been 205.5. Kevin Kuhn in the Corvette, been a best of 141. Tony Williams in that CTSV 172.4, 158 for Fabian in the Supra. So the R8's been over 200, 205 to be exact. Check the track out. Maybe something's going on there, unsure. Let me get that looked at though. It's such a beautiful day out here in Marion, Indiana. I forgot that it actually rained a little bit yesterday. For those of us, or for those of you that were here or watching live on our live stream, brought to you of course by Indiana Cord Marketing Council. Hopefully you're staying with us right now. We still have plenty of racing to do. Had a lot of excitement this year at this event. This is the home of the overall world record for the half mile. This airstrip never disappoints. Get this looked at and get back to racing here real quick. $1,200 Audi R8 coming up. Kenneth, been a best of 205.5. A couple hits over 200. Kevin Kahn, Corvette next to him, been a best of 141.2. I think Shayla's just getting ready to line him up. Great shot of that Audi R8. See if we can go over 200 this pass. And I pulled out of it for whatever reason. Looked like a great launch too. Corvette's just singing along. Got Ryan in the turbo Porsche, 1400 horse, first hit 203. Kent Seckler ZX10, been a best of 166.1. I do believe I see the STO coming back for more. That's Mark Rao. That is the 257.88 mile an hour overall, highest mile an hour of the event so far. So I saw Kent fly through there on his bike. Ryan in the Porsche Turbo going pretty slow. He's still going though. But on deck right now, we got AZ Cycle Parts back in the house. Team UGR. Mark, what's he going to do? He just last passed 257.88 miles an hour. I can't imagine he's going to want to go slower, so what do you think's going on in his mind? Looks like a good launch. Mid-track look fast, mile an hour coming up. 258.18 miles an hour. Oh boy, what do we have going on now? 258.18 miles an hour. AZ Cycle Parts Mark, UGR in the house. Wow. That's less than 2 miles an hour from the overall record. That's amazing. What do you think about that? Woo! That sends chills up my spine every time. Ray Zamora in the Hellcat, Caesar in the Durango Hellcat. Got the 207 mile an hour R8 from the Hopkins Foundation camp coming back. Cars just keep going faster. UGR just out there ripping new records day by day by day. Day 3, let's just go 258. I mean, why not? I mean, he's driven the car like 6 times. Put a little heat in it. Kevin Casey and John Reed. All right, here's a little more heat. Bam. Speaking of heat, that R8 run looked good. .207.3. Hopkins Foundation R8 looked great. Dan Trickle Camaro, been a best of 183.4. Julian Lambo, been a best of 200.8. Dan with a 183.08. Julian 171.1 that pass. Got a couple more Corvettes coming up. Shayla with the arm drop. +1,002 horsepower in that Corvette. Jeffrey, John Moore, ZR1 next to him, 580. John Moore, ZR1, mile an hour coming up. 146.5 to 158.5 for Jeffrey. Melvin Crabtree right there. 09 Corvette. Going up against Brian Priest, been about 184.7. Mile an hour, 185.2 for Brian in the Camaro, 138.9 Melvin Corvette. Trevor Ziffer, GT500, Brennan Doolittle Challenger next. Trevor, GT500, Brennan, and the Challenger there. Still trying to set that world record for passes in a weekend. Julian's Lambo, Kent Seckler's ZX10. Brennan before that, Challenger 133.1. Trevor with a 154.8. Barry Malone, Tim LaShore. Tim in the Camaro. Tim with a 147.4. Bike's got a swing arm. It's all the way back. It's Chad Smith's ZX14R. Been a best of 174. Copy that. So Chad Smith going through the traps there. Who wants to see that 258 mile an hour pass again at home? Anybody? Anyone? I know I do. Let's cue it up. Get to it. Looks like a good launch. Mid-track look fast, mile an hour coming up. 258.18 miles an hour. Oh boy, what do we have going on now? I like watching that over. I can watch that over and over. Always my favorite, those big mile an hour pulls. Chad Smith earlier though with a 173. I got Keith Reynolds Z06 and Jeffrey in his Corvette. That's it, just went through the traps. Now Riley Hawk in that Viper, it's been 209, keeps going faster. John Conway in the Corvette. Jeffrey with a 140.9 in the Corvette. Keith 158.5. Riley on the launch pad. Here we go. Well, I definitely would say it looked good and fast. Let's see what the mile an hour plays out. There it is, 211. Keeps going faster. Must be turning it up. 211.17 for Riley in the Viper. Nicely done. He's going to be competing with the fastest Viper of the weekend if he keeps that up. John Conway, 151.3. Jeffrey in the Corvette. Melvin Crabtree Corvette. Got a Supra coming up. Peter in the E63S. He's made a lot of runs as well. Jeffrey, 149.5 Corvette. Melvin Corvette, 126.0. Super with a 138 or 138.6. Peter 147.2. Now I got Brandon Franklin Corvette. Briar Madden Hellcat. Brier's making 13 honey. £4,700 bullet through the air. Been a best of 178. Let's see what he did this time. There it is, 181. I know he's gonna be happy about that. For the Hellcat. Kent Seckler in the ZX-10, Christopher Ampresetti in the Audi RS3. Kent with a 166.1. Got Vengeance Racing coming back for some more. It's Michael Stout right there. World's fastest C7. Built, of course, by Vengeance Racing. Doesn't get any better than that. Michael Stout piloting that beast. He's creeping on the 220 all weekend long. Looks like he's been making some wing adjustments as he goes. I see it looks a little different just about every time. Look good and clean run there. Michael Stout, nicely done. 216.66. Car's been uber fast and consistent. Shout out to Vengeance Racing for that. Mike McCarley, ZR1, Julian in that Huracan. This is the faster of these two Huracans. Mike McCarley getting it done there, 184.0. Julian, 174.9. Corvette faster than Lambo that pass. Seth Moore Camaro, been a best of 160.5. Tom Sutton Trackhawk, been a best of 156.1. Watch this Trackhawk launch though. The Bysville. Kenneth in the Audi R8, been a 205.5. Zach Moore ZL1, been 173.4. 156 earlier. Camaro for Seth. Tom with a 156.5, new best him. Audi once again shut it down really early. Not sure what's going on with the Audi, but it definitely, he shut it down about 300 feet from the flags. Still did a 161.2. On the launch pad, Brandon Swan, Zach Elliott, the Mustang GT, Brandon Jaguar F-Type. Michael Martinez coming up. Dodge Charger, 707 horse. Don't have any mile an hour just yet on this car. We're going to here soon. Got quite a wrap on it. Maybe paint, I don't know. 142.5 Brandon Zach, 146.3. After that, I got Justin Storts, GT350, Daniel Bartram, Challenger. Michael Martinez ran a 148.5. Justin Storts, Daniel Bartram, and the Challenger. Daniel, the 145.4. Jay coming up in that Audi R8. Kent Seckler right next to him in that bike, that big Cowie. .164.8 Kent on the bike. John Moore ZR1, Jeff Barton Z06, 1,000 horse in that beast. Tell from my vantage point, maybe they registered the wrong car. Well, that's the right one. .147 Jeff in the Z06, 1,000 horse. Didn't get a chance to use all of them. Garrett Van Winkle, Flying Banana, been a best of 178.2. Max Kidd Challenger, a little purple on yellow plan. Like that. See if the kid will show him up. We got something going on the big end. Please have somebody take a look at that. Fire in tow. I don't have a radio. Somebody just stopped and said there was something going on the big end. Please. So we're just going to get this looked at, figured out what's going on. We already have fire trucks and everything out there. I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but we'll be back here shortly. Hang tight. So we did have a fire. Looks like everybody's safe. No issues there. All the safety equipment doing their work, and of course the safety crews out there. So I think like we're in pretty good shape there. Fire's been put out. Everybody's good to go. Just give us a couple minutes here to get this tidied up, and of course we'll be right back to some really good racing. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. Out here in beautiful Marion, Indiana. Of course, all this fun brought to you by Indiana Corn Marketing Council. You can see we got everything kind of going and handled down there. We're going to do another rerun. You're going to love this. This is the 258 plus mile an hour pass. AZ Cycle Parts Mark, Team UGR. I bet you're going to want to see that again. So check this out while we get this figured out. Looks like a good launch. Mid-track look fast, mile an hour coming up. 258.18 miles an hour. Oh boy. What do we have going on now? 258.18 miles an hour. AZ Cycle Parts Mark. UG. All right, we're back to racing, it looks like. Just saw Brennan do another 132.4. Peter, AMG, both those guys made a lot of runs all weekend long. See the pre-grid there, all staged up. A lot of cars, all in pre-grid, ready to run. Brandon Franklin 07 Corvette, been a best of 159.1. Over there, we got Keith Reynolds Z06 Corvette, been a best of 160.49. Pretty close. Brandon Swan, F-Type, Zach Elliott, Mustang GT on the launch pad now. Thanks for hanging out with us here while we get a couple things sorted out. Appreciate that. Every single one of you viewers at home, thank you. And here, obviously in person, 160.09 Keith, 156.9 Brandon on those Corvettes. Now I got the F-Type of Brandon Swan, Zach Elliott's Mustang GT, and then after that I got that beautiful Boss 302 and Christopher Ampersetti's RS3. Zach with a 147 in the Mustang. Before that, look at that Boss 302 road race ready. It's like straight out of Trans Am. I love it. RS3 going around the outside there. Only about a mile an hour separates the two as far as best. $138.8 for Boss 302, $138.9 for the Audi RS3. JP Gonzalez, Ferrari F8, been a best of 160.8. Dustin, Model X, Tesla. Hopefully got a recharge because he's been dropping mile an hour like a brick. Stephen Ulrich coming up after this Camaro. Tesla just keeps going slower. Needs to be charged. 135.0, JP 159 in that Ferrari. Jeff Barton, Corvette Z06, 1,000 horse, been a best of 147.9. ZL1's been a 160.6. Z06 out in an early lead. $159.8, Steven and ZL1, 171.04 for that Z06 early lead. Looks like I got that Fox body back. Been a best of 193.8, 1,000 horse in this beast. I do believe it's the fastest Mustang Fox body I've ever called in the half. Going heading towards the center of the airstrip. Hopefully everything's all right there. Keep it straight, buddy. Yeah, he was having a hard time getting some traction midway through. He let out pretty early. Still did a 132.2. Kenneth in the Audi R8, been a best at 205.5. Peter once again back in that AMG E63S. Unsure what's going on with that Audi. He keeps getting out of it on the big end. I know he's been over 200, like I said, 203, 205, so hopefully everything's okay with the car. Peter with a 149.5. Jay coming up in that Audi R8, been about a 142 right out of jail. Brandon Doolittle Challenger. It's got the wrong last name. It's not Doolittle, it's Do It All. I'm just going to nickname him Do It All, Brendan Do It All right now, because he's literally made a lot of passes. I got to think he's up there in the overall for one of these events. Scott Rogers coming up with that Boss 302. Jay in the Audi R8, straight out of jail, 140.7. Brennan, I guess he posted bail twice. Got tased earlier. 133.6 for Brennan Do It All. Scott Rogers, Boss 302, coming up, been a best of 140.3. See Shayla, one of our good girls out there. Julian's Navos. Julian on a good run there. Scott getting the big toe. 196.6. Julian Huracan. Melvin Crabtree coming up the Corvette. Garrett Van Winkle in that Flying Banana. Been a best of 178.2. All kinds of noises. Let's see what that translates as far as mile an hour. There was definitely lots of noises there from both of them. Jeff Barton Z06 coming up after this. $171.6 for Garrett. Melvin with 142.9. Jeff Barton right here in the Z06. Horse in that beast. I don't know if that's to the crank of the tires, but either way, that run was a 171.8, which is a new best for him. Tim LaSure Camaro coming up, been a best 147.4, and I'm sure of it. Ray Zamora Hellcat, been a best 144.8. miss that color. Sublime green. That's what I'm calling it anyway. Of course, after that, we got Brendan Do-It-All, that Challenger. I changed his last name for him. Hopefully he approves. I don't even think we stop him. I think we just let him go all the way through. He doesn't even slow down. Just keep going. Ray Zamora in the Hellcat 143.4. Tim Lashur 147.0 in that Camaro. After this, I got Joseph Santo in that blistering fast Porsche Turbo, 2,000 horse, been a best of 226.3. Brendan Do-It-All was 133.6. So we got Joseph Santo here. Hang on to your shorts. He's been ripping, going faster every time. He's using a good percentage of the airstrip. Like something's coming off the back of that car. I don't know if we can get a camera on that. Something didn't look quite right. It's out of my vantage point. I'm a little blocked, so probably want to take a look at that. 223.99 miles an hour. Didn't seem to slow him down much, but I feel like something was coming off the back of that car. We probably want to shut it down. It looked like something might have come off. We're going to get that looked at regardless before we get back out to another high horsepower car. Didn't slow him down much, whatever it was. 223. He's been Joseph Santo, 2,000 horse Porsche 911. Been 211, 220, 222, 223, 224, 226. So. Oh yeah, there it is. I can see it right there. Great job with the drone footage from our Revolution.com crew. Using the drones to help pick up all the debris that comes off these cars. Amazing what actually does come off these cars. We found hose clamps, bolts, lug nuts, you name it, over the years. They're usually, it just gets pushed off to the side. Obviously anything in the middle, we catch that right away, but stuff that gets pitched off to the side, it's pretty crazy what you run into. Oh yeah, it looks like he lost most of his rear bumper. You can see it right there. He's dragging all of it. Went so fast he blew the rear bumper off. Still went 223 without it. All right, we got a nice interview coming up. I want to give that, hand that over there.
Grau from AZ Cycle Parts and Underground Racing. He just did 2:57.88. How are you feeling, Mark?
Ecstatic. This has been a dream and a goal for the last 3 years. Our goal is ultimately to break the world record at 260. We're so close, and to consider that this is the first, Friday was the first day I seen the car and drove the car, and now in a matter of a weekend we went from never running the car, it had 53 miles on it, to now we've done 257.8. That just shows how good underground racing is.
All right, tell me about your team. Who all do you have out with you? Who are your biggest supporters?
Kevin Howarth, Casey Howarth, their whole staff. I don't even know how to put into words how to thank them just for their, their dedication to what we're trying to accomplish. I mean, they just bust their ass for everything, and
I know you were trying to reach your wife. She didn't answer. What's she going to say once you get her on the line?
My wife will probably just be like, cool.
Oh, man. Well, I know you're feeling amazing. I can feel the adrenaline coming off you right now.
I'm still shaking.
All right, nice interview there, Tiffany. Love that. Mark just getting it done. That was Kent Seckler. You saw in the background, 164.2. Got the track open back up after picking up 200 plus mile an hour Porsche bumper parts. Peter in the E63S. Jeff Barton, Corvette Zeo, 6,000 horsepower, best of 171.9. Ready to go all the way around that AMG.
I'm back with Mark Rao, AZ Cycle Parts. He just did a 258.18. You are now 2 miles per hour away from a world record. Mark, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, confident. We're gonna check the data and possibly do a couple tweaks, and we're gonna maybe take one more crack at it.
Maybe?
If everything looks good, we're going. So.
All right, you're telling them to up that boost, huh?
Yeah, everything.
All right, we can't wait to see. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right. It was good hearing from Mark from AZ Cycle Parts. Getting it done this weekend for sure. Dreams coming true down here. It was Garrett with a 175.03 in the yellow Charger. Melvin Crabtree coming up the Corvette. But a best of 143.0. Melvin going through the 145.2, 450 horse claimed in that Corvette. Sounded like it had a supercharger when it drove by, so probably does make 450 tire. Maybe even more, really, but unsure who was next to him. Didn't have that in my queue. David in the Corolla 122.9. Best. Not sure that's right or accurate. I think it's best of 118. We'll get that corrected. Regardless, we got Devin in the Supra. He's been a best of 160.2. Corolla. There you go, 118.05 for the Corolla, 162.4 for the Supra. That's a new best. Brennan Dumore back in the Challenger. Pretty sure I can't even count that high. I stopped counting at like 30. Daniel Bartram, Challenger. He's been making a lot of runs too all weekend long, including Friday. Challenger on Challenger crime. JP Gonzalez, Audi F8 Spider, sorry, not Audi, Ferrari F8 Spider, Tim Garrett, Z06. It's been 3 days. Give me a break. I know you'll torture me online, but hey. 147.6, Daniel Bartram Challenger, Brennan Dumore, 133.5. Looks like the Ferrari F8 might have went around that Corvette. We're going to find out mile an hour. Ferrari with a 159.9, Tim with it 156, so he did get around the Corvette. Kent going back in the world record, Kawasaki running over and over and over and over, ZX-10R, Brendan Swan, Jaguar F-Type. Kent with a 164.2, Brennan 141.3. See our view from the launch pad there. Shayla, our grid girl extraordinaire. So we got a GTR coming up, Supra and a Mustang. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT, Devin McWhorter in the Supra. Great launch on that Mustang. Took him by surprise. Supra is going to go around him though. .45.0 for the Mustang, 160.5 for the Supra. Julian Nismo GTR, the red one, 147.1 best so far. Looks like he's making a solo pass. I should have ran him in the rental car just for fun. I don't think I stood a chance, but I would have had a good time. Daniel Bartram, Challenger, bit of best of 147.9. Nismo did a 148.0. Like I said, I don't even think we slow Brennan Dumore down. We just let him hot lap it. 149.3, Daniel Challenger. I'm going to get a message out to Shayla. Just don't even stop him. Just let him keep going. Maybe take a run at it, get a little higher mile an hour. Next to him, though, we got Tom Sutton in the Track Hawk. That's coming up, actually. My bad. Let's see what's in my queue there. Appears to be a Mustang of some sort. Now I got Julian in the Nismo. And the Caution K9 unit Durango, even though it's listed on my screen as a Trackhawk, we know it's not. That's a Durango Hellcat, been pushing mid-50s, I want to say. Great launch there, even from the GTR. Imagine driving that thing around town. It says hooligan on the side. Be hard to get out of a ticket, you get pulled over with that thing. I love it though. I drive it around. 151.9 for the Durango, 158 for the Nismo. Kit Seckler back in that Kawasaki. Tim Garrett coming up in that Z06. JP Gonzalez in the Ferrari F8 Spider. Been a best 160.8 to a 157.7 for the Corvette. That's a Mustang thing. So we got Tim in the Corvette, JP in the Ferrari F8. Coming up after that, Fabian in the Trackhawk, 900 horse, been a best of 138.0. Oh boy, I don't have the words. 152 for Tim in the Corvette. JP with a 158 in that Ferrari. Brandon Swan F-Type. Fabian Trackhawk launch mode activated. Fabian with a 159 in the Trackhawk. Brandon in the F-Type. Got that mile an hour yet. Got Brandon Franklin, though, in the Corvette going up against Devin McWhorter in the Supra. Supra's been a 162.4. Best pass was the last one. Brandon, best pass, 159.1. See a great view of the porta potty out there. Definitely going to need that. Going to be out in the middle of nowhere for a while. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Somebody should strap that on a trailer and make it the fastest porta potty in the half mile. I could handle that record. I bet I could get that done. What's all this blue stuff? I have no idea. You just pay attention to something else. Fabian 159.3, Brandon F-Type 140.8. Devin in the Supra 162.6, another new best. Franklin in that Corvette ended up with a 158.9. Tom Sutton right out of that Indy's garage camp. It's been a best of 156.5. Let's see what he does this time around. .157, nice new best there. 157.3. Brendan Dumore back for more. Zach Elliott, Mustang GT, been a best of 147.2. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the porta potty world half mile record, right? I bet I could hook something like that up. Track now, Briar, Madden, Hellcat, Julian Bassler, Huracan. Briar looking for 180 points, or 181.6 last time, 178.78, so at least he's making cool numbers. 179.4 for Julian Huracan. Tim LaSure in the Camaro, been a best of 147.44. Going up against the yellow Corvette there. Getting a little sideways. Yeah, real sideways. Trying to get that beast to hook up. Finally gave up and got out of it. Jeffrey pulled it down at 104.7. Tim 146.2. Kit Seckler back for some Huracan action. Julian with a 151.8. Kent with a 162.1. Not surprised either one of those. Zach Moore, ZL1 Camaro back. Been a best at 173. Zach ripping through. Been a fast car all weekend, that ZL1. It's been added pretty strong. 171.6. Anthony Rodman, GT350R, 1600 horse, but that's a 192.8. You know he's up on a 200. That's pretty bad, I'm sure. Stayed in it to win at that time. Let's see if that translates to bigger mile an hour. It did. 191.6. He had a best of 192. Ryan Scholler, Camaro SS. Christopher Ampersetti in that Audi RS3. Christopher Ampersetti there. Ryan Scholler, Camaro SS. Just waiting for the mile an hour to show up on my screen. They've been pretty consistent all day. I know I got a great interview coming up. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Control Tower to get that going. Take it away.
I'm here with Kelly Esser. Just got handed a trophy for the first place in the manual class. Kelly, how does that feel?
Feels pretty good. This is the car's first outing, so pretty happy to take home a trophy.
What were the goals and how did you surpass them?
So my personal goal was to do 180 mile per hour, and I actually ended up passing that this morning, and then I hit 184. I kept adding in more and more boost, and then hit 184, so really happy with that.
What's next for you, Kelly?
A little bit more power. I love to hit 190, and of course keep pushing myself, but you know, it's going to be exponential, you know, the amount of money and effort that's going to go into the car at that point. So we'll see. I'm happy with it as is, though.
Definitely. Well, congratulations. Good luck for whatever is next. You were so fun to watch and happy to have you here for your first year at Shift Sector.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, great job, Tiffany, as always. Appreciate that interview. That's one of my favorite cars of the weekend. Peter went through the flags, 151.6. Brennan Dumore, I'm just going to guess he went and did about 130 plus miles an hour. Kent Seckler back up for some more in that ZX10, and then of course got Michael Martinez in the Charger. Little birdie in my ear just mentioned that there's a very good chance AZ Cycle Parts Team UGR Mark Rao, your current fastest mile an hour of the event, might be making another run for a full attempt of the record in about 5 minutes. You're not going to want to go anywhere. I'll keep you apprised as we go here, but that's what I'm hearing in my ear. Usually that birdie's pretty connected too, so we only have a little bit of a side, I would call it more of a side draft more of a breeze, really. The temps seem about right. Sun has definitely heated up the airstrip. All the makings for what could very well be the big number. What's that number, you ask? Well, the current world record, Casey Howarth piloted Drag 965 UGR Lambo, 259.99. What is AZ Cycle Parts UGR Lambo ran with Mark behind the helm right now? Well, 258 miles an hour and change. 258.18 to be exact. So will we see the half-mile world record drop? Well, I guess we're going to find out soon enough. I can't wait. Definitely a lot of activity over in the UGR pit. Pretty sure I hear that beast on the other side of me just fire up. Maybe I'm just getting excited, I don't know. Exactly what I've heard. That's what I'm hearing. I got a visual now. So you definitely heard it here first. Mark Rao, AZ Cycle Parts, pulling out of the UGR pits to put it all on the line. World record attempt. What do you think about that? Anybody excited to see that? Let's hear it for Mark, AZ Cycle Parts, UGR. We'll know here soon enough. A lot of buildup for a world record attempt. Everything has to happen perfect. Going to try to get ready to hopefully handle announcing this. They're making their way up right now. We'll likely get some drone footage following them up there here in a second. Already alerted fire and safety. We've got all the press in place, cameras ready. Not often you get an opportunity like this. The amount of effort and planning it takes to put together just one run like this is staggering. There it is, right there. AZ Cycle Parts, Mark Rao, UGR, STO. Last second prep. What do you think's going on in his head right now? You can see it on your screen at home. Here live, you can definitely feel the excitement in the air. Got the cameras ready, chutes packed. Just waiting for the right moment here. I'll let you know as soon as we get track clearance. Got to get all the last-minute stuff ready to go. Make sure the helmet, Hans device, everything's on tight. Temperature's got to be perfect. Those that have asked, I'm unsure of what power level they're running that car. But if I was to guess, it's probably nearing or over 3,000. But that is a guess. Can see the flags just right. Mark's sitting in the car right now. See Vengeance Racing right behind him. That C5 naturally aspirated Corvette. Last minute checks. Getting the GoPros on, it's getting about go time. So also coming up, we've got the naturally aspirated finals coming up. Obviously we got Vengeance Racing in that white Corvette, and I believe there's a black one. I'm unsure. I don't have the stuff in my queue to tell you who just yet, but I will. But that's coming up as we wait for AZ Cycle Parts, Mark Rao, UGR Lambo world record half-mile attempt. I tell you, it's everybody that's pretty much here is out at a good vantage point. I believe that's Casey Howarth leading him over to the starting line. All right. Fire and safety has been alerted. I'm obviously just going to make a couple quick announcements, and I'm going to let the car speak for itself. I'll announce the mile an hour as soon as it shows up on my screen. That is the official mile an hour. Everything looks ready. AZ Cycle Parts, Team UGR, world record attempt. Here we go. Something must not have been quite right. Looks like he pulled out of it. Car's still running great. Not quite sure what's up. It looks like he's just going to pull off here. Maybe make another attempt. I'm unsure. A lot of pressure. I tell you right now, I'm not so sure I'd want to be Mark. All eyes on you, right? Looks like he's going to come around here right in front of me. Let's see if he heads to the pits or goes all the way back to the start line. Looks like he's going to go back to the pits. Meanwhile, we've got our NA Finals, Vengeance Racing. A good friend Ron, owner of Vengeance Racing. Other side of him, Barry Malone, NA Finals. Right here now. Ron's been 190.11. Barry, consistent all weekend long, 163. It does appear as though Mark Rao is heading back to the starting line. Got your NA Finals, though, right now. Now remember, it's mile an hour that wins the finals, any of these. So 183 for Ron, Vengeance Racing. And the winner, runner-up Barry Malone there. You see Mark heading his way back up. Hopefully the temps are right. Everything's good. I'll light off a couple more cars here while we get this prepared. Mark is heading straight up to the front though. You see him right there in your camera. Got a couple GTRs on the launch pad. Here we go. World record attempt number 2. Gotta wait for the GTRs to clear. Don't want to have that kind of mess on our hands. That'd be horrible, wouldn't it? All right, AZ Cycle Parts, UGR, world record attempt, ready to go. UGR in the house. You know, I'm wondering if we all weren't watching him, if he'd probably would just go. Not sure what's up. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I think everybody here is just excited to see him break the record, and I know he is too, so. Sounds like it might be launch control timing. I'm not sure, but I do know they got the best team in the business. They'll get it sorted. Car still sounds amazing, so obviously it's not a runnability thing. Setting back to the pits for now. Probably gonna have to cool that thing down. I would imagine needs new ice and whatever it is, what other magic they do over there. While we wait to see if he's going to come out for one more run, let's take a look at that 258 plus pass. Looks like a good launch. Mid-track look fast, mile an hour coming up. 258.18 miles an hour. Oh boy, what do we have going on now? Welcome back to the Indy Airstrip Attack Course, brought to you by Indiana Corn Marketing Council. Waiting to see potentially if UGR or AZ Cycle Parts will make another attempt on that world record run. I know they're looking at the car now. Probably just repacking it with ice is my guess. A lot of pressure. I can't even imagine. I'm not so sure I would. I don't know how I couldn't deal with that kind of pressure. Just personally, I would be I'd be just crying, I think, at this point. But either way, really cool stuff we have kind of going on here at the Indy Airstrip Attack. Appreciate everybody joining us or rejoining us or staying with us as we get ready to hopefully see something that's just going to be amazing. And of course, we've seen that pretty much all weekend long out here, like we normally do in Indiana. It never disappoints. We've had so many good runs and safe as well. Those that know. But yeah, definitely been one heck of an event in that way, and excited to bring you some more. So at this point, we're just kind of hanging tight and waiting for the right moment here. We should be coming up soon. We got a couple cars coming up. I got Max Kidd in the Challenger, Kenneth in the GT500. Both these cars make over 1,200 horse. So we'll see if he goes up against I guess he's going to go up against Peter in the AMG. I saw the Mustang GT500 hanging out back there. Thought maybe he was going to make a run for it, but Peter in the AMG making a good run for it. Comes that GT500. Peter with a 152.9, Max with 167.3. JP Gonzalez coming up in the queue here. That Ferrari F8 Spider. Really, right now, we're all just hanging on to see if UGR AZ Cycle Parts going to make another run, an attempt at the world record. Of course, Mark in the silver STO already did a 258.18. World record is still standing at 259.99, also by UGR. So we'll see what happens. All right, so the same little birdie that told me Mark Rao was going to make one more attempt. Just told me again they are going to come back out. Let's hear it for AZ Cycle Parts Team UGR. They are coming back out. It's going to be a few minutes here as we kind of let them do what they need to do to make that happen, obviously, but super excited about that. So we'll keep an eye out for them. In the meantime, get everything prepared on our end, everything we can do. And certainly wish them the best, highest mile-an-hour pass they can pull off safely. Meantime, you've already heard these cars over and over, so I'm going to let them kind of play out so I'm not boring you to pieces. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to sit here and wait, ride along with you on all of our live streams, and I will get right back on the mic as soon as I know they're getting ready to come out. You're not going to want to go anywhere. This is the home, Indiana, Indy Airstrip attack of the half-mile record, owned by UGR. So, let's see what happens. All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, want to do a nice replay of AZ cycle parts, obviously, of that nice attempt on the world record and fastest mile an hour of the entire weekend by a long shot. Mark Rao piloting that UGR built beast. I'm going to go ahead and cue that up and play that one more time, and then I got a few things I'd like to say. Go ahead and take it away. Looks like a good launch. Mid-track look fast, mile an hour coming up. 258.18 miles an hour. Oh boy. What do we have going on now? You saw that attempt right there and a great mile an hour run, 258.11 miles an hour, I believe. Wanted to say thanks to everybody here live. Obviously, everyone at home. We got a lot of live stream partners. I'll go through that list here in a minute. But it just really, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate everybody being out here, watching at home, having a good time. That's what this is all about. Safety was first, and it worked. I'll leave it at that. Big shout out to Mark Rao, AZ Cycle Parts, for putting it all on the line. But they would like to probably save it for the next event, which is Abilene, the next Airstrip attack. Dave and Buster's, want to give them a shout out. Appreciate all their support. And I know we'll be playing in the background here soon there. And obviously Global Time Attack, GTA, thanks for following us and finding us on Twitch. 1320 video for sure. But from all of us here, we thank you for watching the Indy Airstrip attack, brought to you by the Indiana Corn Marketing Council, E85, and Unleaded 88. Obviously our official streaming partner all weekend long, and for some time now, 1320 video. Today's broadcast was produced by Revolution and directed by none other than JeffreyJHart.com. Airstrip Attack is a Revolution shift sector event. I'm Jimmy Shaberg, and I'll see you next year for more half-mile airport racing, and I can't wait.